Good evening and welcome to 549's media coverage of Perham Yellowjacket activities. We thank you for tuning in to tonight's event. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by these fine sponsors: KLN Family Brands, Perham Health, and United Community Bank. Tonight's game is also brought to you by EOT Insurance, Hammers Construction, Horace Mann, Jack Rivers Realty, and Lakes Ace Hardware. Also proud sponsors of tonight's broadcast include New Horizons Realty, Ottertail Power Company, Nice Family Sales, Hanson Plumbing Heating, and McCall Construction. Now let's head to the press box for tonight's broadcast here on the 549 Media Network.
Good evening and welcome into the Hive for your very first wrestling action triangular here. Host Perham, hosting Bemidji Lumberjacks and the Thief River Falls Prowlers. So all Section 8, two Section 8 AA teams, one AAA team in Bemidji. We'll lay out the format for you really quickly here, and then we'll kind of continue to lay that out as we get going. I'm joined tonight by Jesse Hine and Jason Groth helping us out on controls this evening, making sure everything goes as planned, and we're looking forward to a good night of wrestling here. So the layout and the format for tonight is going to be just this. We're going to open up, which is a little bit different, and I'll lean on Jesse a little bit here in a minute or two, but we're opening up with the two away teams to start this triangular. So we're going to start out and we're going to carry all three live on the same stream, so you're not going to have to go away, re-log in. We've decided to keep everything on the same stream. So right in front of us, we're going to open up with Bemidji versus Thief River, and then we'll go into the Perham matches after that. It'll be Perham Thief River Falls, followed by Perham Bemidji, and we also have JV action going on to our left on the yellow mat. So in front of us, you're going to see the varsity action, but kind of a unique way to start the year, Jesse. I haven't really seen the two away teams opening up a triangular before.
Yeah, most times they try to have the furthest team wrestle the home team first, and then they usually have the two away teams wrestle and then finish with the home team against the team that's a little bit closer. But between Thief and Bemidji, I mean, it's not too far of much of a difference between those two guys, but a lot of good wrestling tonight. Looking forward to it.
And the history is here that this happens very early in the season every year, and it has since I've followed Yellowjacket wrestling. So this was some sort of agreement that came up between three veteran coaches early. But yeah, Jesse, you probably said it the best right there. Is should be a good night of action, and it's a great early test to find out where you're going to fit in. Especially if you're the Yellowjackets, you're gonna get one of those perennial powerhouses in Thief River, albeit I think they're younger than they have been in the past, graduated a lot of firepower, and we'll see where they're at. And we'll talk about some of the people they lost and the people they're bringing back. But this Bemidji team looks like they're stacked and ready to make some damage in AAA.
No doubt. I mean, it's three perennial programs who have historically made deep runs into their section in the state tournament. It's fun to see kind of cross classes a little bit. I know in the past the roots run deep between Perham and Thief River Falls, and Bemidji's always had a strong program in the north as well. So you're going to see three very well coached teams. The unique part about it is it's the first event of the year and anything can happen.
Right, and you talk about Bemidji, and they dove into 8AA for quite a few years there, and not dating you, but you were on their staff at that time when you were at the University of Bemidji State, our alma mater there, the Go Beavs this weekend. But they have a real familiar sense of this because they were a part of this not that long ago, and unfortunately for Bemidji at that time, they just ran into just a roadhouse of wrestlers when the Yellowjackets were really in that prime of doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it was unique being a Yellowjacket and being in Bemidji at the time when they kind of leaned on me a little bit to say, what are we expecting here? What kind of competition, AAA to AA? And I told them it's no cakewalk. And, those couple of years, Perham was very tough. Thief River Falls, as usual, was tough. And Pequot Lakes, had a strong team as well. But class to class, you're going to see great wrestling. I mean, a couple miles down the road, you always have quality opponents too with Frazee and different different smaller schools too. So at the end of the day, what happens in the circle is what matters.
Right, and then you're going to see that with the Yellowjackets. You're going to see a really good balance of, you're going to see the UNCs who have united, the Sabika-Monaga combination that really has turned up their intensity and being at the state level for many years here. So the Yellowjackets are broadening out and shrinking at the same time. They're going to head down to St. Michael. So you're getting the best of both worlds, and it should bring a really good year to find out where the Yellowjackets lie, and they'll be tried and tested when they get to tournament time. So we're going to step away here. We're gonna hear from our sponsors. We'll come back and talk about some of the key wrestlers that we see, Jesse, coming up in this first match. Like I said, we're going to be seeing Bemidji versus Thief River Falls coming up shortly.
We take pride in what we send out. When you open a bag of licorice, you want that licorice to look good. You want that licorice to taste good. We work for you. We take pride in what we're making and what we are offering. It is so important to me. I do thank KLM from the bottom of my heart that they believe you and your family is important.
What sets the world's leading hospitals apart from the rest? It's their continued ability to deliver the highest quality patient care. Perham Health is honored to be a top 10 Minnesota hospital. Patients experience it, and Newsweek has recognized it. Even during the unpredictability of the pandemic, the nurses, doctors, and many others at Perham Health put their best foot forward. Thank you to everyone at Perham Health for continuing to provide the best patient care.
One of our core values at United Community Bank is reinvesting in the communities we serve. I personally take great pride in this, as I'm a fifth generation in our family here at United Community Bank. We've been here for over 100 years. We take a great sense of pride in sort of that reciprocal relationship we have with our community, that, we need our community members and they need us, and we love giving back and reinvesting.
McCall Construction is the Lakes area full-service construction management company, offering a truly personalized experience. From dream homes to commercial spaces, McCall Construction focuses on putting you first with experienced value engineering that delivers on your vision and surpasses your expectations. Whether you already have a plan or you're just getting started, give them a call. McCall Construction will make the entire process so much easier. Call them at 218-346-7070 or check them out on Facebook.
Welcome back into the Hive as we're getting ready. The two teams are warming up. Bemidji, again, we'll kind of recap where we're going in the future here. So it'll be Bemidji and Thief River to open this up. Perham then will take the mat against Thief River. And the end of the night, which usually ends up being under the lights, will be Perham versus Bemidji. And so we're going to kind of talk a little bit, Jesse, about this first matchup. And man, it looks like Thief River has graduated a good group of wrestlers, names that we heard over and over: Nick Sphere, Ethan Lane, Griffin Lundeen, multi-time place winner, state champion, wrestling at Northern, I believe, and Riley Passant, who was always at that upper. That's a combined good. That's a lot of losses when you come to Thief River Falls that had an 11-13 record last year.
No doubt. I mean, the one thing you can think about is these guys are wrestling those guys in the practice room. So they've seen good guys. Yes, they're young, but now their opportunity awaits them. And look forward to seeing it tonight.
Right, they do bring back 5 or 6 wrestlers. Some of the names that we saw, Lincoln Davis is one, going to be at 114, 34 and 16. He's a freshman. Ian Jacobson was another name that kind of give. Elias Mata, Brennan Johnson. So they do have some firepower in there. But then when we turn the page and we flip the script and we look at Bemidji, they're loading up to make a serious run at the 8-3A level. And once they're loaded up throughout their whole lineup, but once you hit that 127, 133 to about 172, you pick your poison.
No doubt. I was talking to Coach Skerrick before the match, and he was a first-year head coach last year. He took over for longtime coach Rance Barr, who did a great job up there too. He said this team, they drive the bus and they steer the bus. He said it's so fun to coach them, and he said they work harder than than any team he's been around, and it's just a lot of fun. Look for high intensity out of this group, a lot of high-flying action, and they get after it.
Yeah, and they have graduates. Brody Castaway is one that we talked about a lot last year. Taylor Fairbanks, Ricky Worry Jr., Kalen Leidler, and Parker Orvik is all names that we've heard in there, but they're bringing back. Right now they have Oscar Hanks rated number 7 at 107, Gavin Osborne at 127 rated 8th, Gabe Morin at 133 rated 7th, 139 Nick Strand rated 5th, and at 160, which he looks like he's going to wrestle 172, will be Alec Newby, number 8. So when you go through the middle of that lineup, Jesse, if you come out and you don't give up bonus points, you might have a chance, but you're going to have to probably battle back from behind once you hit that 172 to 189 level.
For sure. What I expect Thief River to do is I think they're going to try to stop that storm. I mean, they got to find a way to get a stopper and definitely limit the points through that middle and give themselves a chance in the end.
Right, and we're at about match time. 5 o'clock was the estimated time. Obviously, we're running a little past that. Looks like both teams are warmed up and ready to go. I know we'll go through introductions. It looks like we had a few scratches tonight, so we may have a few open. We may have a few open weights here as we get going, but we'll bring you our best to give you the knowledge that we have as the officials now walk into the building. So probably what we were waiting for there, and we'll get the captains together. There'll be starting lineups, the anthem, all that good stuff. And I don't know, Jesse, I'll be the first to admit I wasn't a wrestler. I got to feel the nerves on the wrestling side from being a dad, and that was bad enough. I can't imagine what some of these kids are going through with opening night and being able to be on the mat for the first time this year.
Well, and the beauty of wrestling is you see on the rosters, you have 7th grade all the way up to seniors. And some of these kids, this might be their first varsity weigh-in, might be their first time stepping on the mat in the Hive. And definitely the nerves are going to be there, but that's when you lean on those older guys to kind of put their arm around a young kid and say, hey, you're going to be all right. Go out there and give her heck. But it's going to be awesome. Crazy things happen week 1, and I don't think anybody's going to win a state title on the first night of the year, but it's going to be good wrestling nonetheless.
And one of the things, as Bruce Prine, our announcer, comes live into your homes here, we're going to just go real quickly and tell you just a couple of things so you don't think we're crazy. New rules this year. The big ones you need to know: take down 3 points. They're trying to make this more offensive. When you hear these rules, you're going to go, this is college. That's kind of what they're modeling it after. Near fall now is 2 seconds, 2 points, 3 seconds, 3, 4 seconds, 4. And if there's a blood timeout in there, they get a +1. So you could get a takedown, 4 count, and a blood. You could have an 8-point move, which really opens up. You could be down 9-1 and make a big move, and you're tied again.
Yeah, it's interesting following college wrestling, and you had some people who loved it, some people who were skeptical right away. But I think all in all, the big takeaway from it was it rewards the offensive wrestler, and it takes stalling out of the equation. I know an emphasis is going to be calling stalling a little bit quicker tonight, and it'll be fun to see the changes and fun to see the guys adapt.
And the other one that besides the stalling, is 1 point of contact. It doesn't matter if it's your head, it doesn't matter if it's your elbow, it doesn't matter if it's your toe. It's going to be you're in, and you got to wrestle that edge of the mat. And unfortunately, high school mats are a little shorter. You get to that college level, it makes a big difference. So here's the flip is won, and it looks like Thief River won the toss, so sometimes that's a big play. But we're going to be coming up live here shortly. We're going to hear thank our sponsors a little bit more as we get going, and then we'll bring you live action. But for now, I'd like to thank United Community Bank, KLN Family Brands, Perham Health, EOT Insurance, and McCall Construction.
It's not necessary to build your business in Perham, Minnesota to be successful. But it sure does help. Hammers Construction. Your vision, our team.
New Horizons Realty is a full-service real estate company who has been helping buyers and sellers in Lakes Country for over 25 years. They understand the local market conditions because they are from here, live here, and have lifelong careers in real estate. Get a free estimate with an experienced, local, laid-back, and friendly agent that's a part of a team you can trust and will go to work for you. Visit permrealestate.com or call 218-346-7767 to speak with Chad and his dedicated team at New Horizons Realty in Perm.
When you're running a business, you don't have time for doubt. You need a banking partner you can trust. One who is as invested in the success of your business as you are and has all the products and services you need under one roof. At Bremer Bank, we're here to listen and learn, because you know your business best, and we'll back you up with insightful advice and personalized solutions that help you achieve your goals. Work with Bremer Bank, because understanding is everything.
Energy-efficient technologies have the power to connect us all, so we can save more than ever before. Evolve and make choices that are smart for you, for them, and for all of us. Because with energy-efficient technologies, we can connect to a better, smarter home.
Welcome back into the Hive. We're going to get started right away. Officials are getting ready to go. We're going to be in your 107-pound weight class.
107 pounds for Bemidji, Ozzie Hanks, and the leader, Kate Nelson.
We have Ozzie Hanks, ninth grader, coming in for Bemidji. He was 21 and 27 last year, finished sixth in the section. Again, he's one of those coming in rated in the state at number 7. And it looked like I heard Caden Nelson, I believe, if that's right, Jesse. Caden Nelson coming in, an 8th grader for Thief River. And we told you Thief River was going to bring some youth to their group this year. So it might be the first match on young Caden Nelson, and Hanks takes no time on that first 3-point takedown.
You know, as a coach, you love to see that come out first match, firing right away into a good high crotch, good finish. Roll attempt by Nelson, but he settled in on top. He's working a hard 2-on-1 tilt. He's going to get near fall here.
And again, this is where it comes in, 2 points, 3 points, 4 points. He gave him 3, so he had a 3 count on the takedown on near fall points, leading quick 6-0, going back in again, trying to do the same thing. And this looks like it could be either a long or short night for Caden Nelson the way it's going, and you're seeing why. Ozzie Hanks is rated in the state of Minnesota.
Yeah, I asked Coach Garrick as Ozzie takes him over here for some more back points, only one swipe there. I asked Coach Garrick before the match, you know, what's the story on this Ozzie Hanks guy? Because, you know, I looked him up, and 6th in the section last year, but he told me he had some huge wins down the pipe at the section tournament and beat a couple kids who were rated pretty high and placed at the state tournament. So he set himself to get rated and obviously got noticed.
Yeah, and you know as well as I do, Jesse, confidence is one of the main cogs. You got to have a lot of skill and strength and speed. But that all seems to go awry if your confidence is shaken in this sport, because there's nobody else to look to. There's nobody to say they passed the ball wrong or they did this. You're mano-a-mano on the center of the mat. And if you're coming in confident, and you can see he is right now, that makes for a dangerous combination.
For sure. When you're confident, you breathe better. You're just, everything you do is, you dictate what you do. And you can definitely see Ozzie wasting no time getting to his ride here. Back to that Bismarck series, doing a good job. Didn't quite get it tight enough, but he'll step over here and get near fall.
Again, we're down to 7 seconds remaining here on your Otter Tail Power scoreboard. And it looks like this could be the 4-point near fall. And again, we don't want to talk about it too far as Choice goes and he defers. We'll see. I don't know that I would go down if I was Nelson. They're going to both go up. One of the changes, too, is the tech fall here Jesse, is at any point that you expose your shoulders back to the right side, it's over. Even if you hold that pinning combination, where it used to be you could ride that out and still get I think they're trying for safety's sake to get those kids. If it's over, it's over. And here we're looking for a little throw action out of Hanks.
And this is kind of where Nelson wants to be, I think. Historically, Kenny Geiser's always had big moves, ready in every one of his kids' arsenals. And if you go upper body with a thief kid, you got to be prepared to get your ear ripped off with a headlock. So, there Nelson goes again, goes upper body, gets a good throw by takedown. Kind of a scramble here. Stays on top, and he kind of goes to work. So, pays off for Nelson on your feet. See if he can get something going on top.
The old tried and true things don't go away, Jesse. Headlock, he tried to sit in the chair. He just sat out of it, went around, and now we have a stall on green. So it looks like our first stalling call for the evening is on green.
Minute 11 left here in the second period.
Yeah, we'd like to thank those sponsors again: Hammers Construction, Jack Shivers Realty, Lakes Ace Hardware, New Horizons Realty, Nias Family Sales, Hanson's Plumbing and Heating, The Pack, Bremer Bank, Steve Sanitation, Otter Tail Power, and Horace Mann tonight for bringing you this live action.
Here we go. Nelson with a catch cradle there. He's going to get a couple swipes, but see if he can come back up on top.
3 near fall.
That was a good job by Hanks on the bottom, creating a lot of action, but when you put your head to your knee, just like he did again, Nelson did a good job waiting for that catch cradle.
And here they go again, and
this tight.
Would be big.
So there's another rule there, Lance. Any pressure to the neck or to the head area is going to be an instant stoppage and potentially dangerous.
Right, and they gave 2 more near fall. So talk about a tale of two periods here. And again, what a 106-pound match start our year. Brought to you commercial free by United Community Bank tonight. We'd like to thank them as well. But, man, I thought this was all but almost over, Jesse. And now here comes Nelson back with a vengeance. And you can see his strength maybe is once he gets to that top, he seems like his ability to ride is really good, and his offense comes better and more easily at that position.
He's been doing a really good job of stopping Ozzie's first move and kind of getting into where he needs to be. So good sit-out attempt here. He's got to be careful.
20 seconds remain.
Got another flurry here. Who's going to end up on top? Looks like Hanks is going to get a reversal here. No back points.
11-8, 5 seconds remaining. Here comes another reversal.
Wow, what a period.
Yeah, that was continued action and a flurry. 11-10 now your score heading into the third. Shoe was on tied, so it looks like a point. They gave the penalty point. Shoe wasn't taped, which all of the first things, all of those things. So Hanks gets a penalty of 1, takes a 12-10 lead with the final 2 minutes going. And if this is a startup for our night, Jesse, we're in for a wild one, because that was a period of one move to the next, and neither one wanted to sit there very long.
You know, even bigger than the penalty point right now, I think Hanks is going to enjoy those extra deep breaths, because, you know, with being the first night, this is the first time you've gone 6 minutes with somebody you're not accustomed to in the practice room, and we'll see what happens here.
Well, and again, you talked about when things are going easy, you wrestle relaxed, your breathing stays right, you don't exert the energy that you did. Then all of a sudden you push that panic button when it starts not going your way. You exert way more energy than you were. I think he probably is going to get his mind settled in here, but I know one thing, he doesn't want to get taken down in this situation, so headlock maybe not the case.
Ooh, here we go again, some upper body stuff. We're going to roll around a little bit. He's got a hard whizzer there. Who's going to come out on top? Nelson, good job getting his hips up, but we're still in that body lock position.
Sit in the chair, now he brings it back, and
he's holding, ref's holding 2. That's going to give Nelson the lead.
So he gets the takedown of 3, 2 near fall. This is getting past my Verndale math here pretty soon, Jesse. 15-12 now in favor of Nelson. Minute 18 remaining on your Otter Tail Power scoreboard. So what a match to get started here. And again, we'll be looking for Steve Sanitation, wrestler of the match, and it may come from this. I don't think we're going to see much better.
You know, right now Nelson's got to be thinking one, not two here. You know, if things get crazy, one escape looks a lot better right now than a 2-point reversal. So he's doing a good job. He had a catch cradle, but kind of decided not to go with it. I think that was a smart move. Here he is again, though, just as I say that. Only got one swipe.
And he got turned into. There should be a reversal. No points. Reversal to Hanks. Makes it 14-15. So, again, this is a dangerous spot for Hanks. This could be a reversal.
Ooh, there it is.
17-14 swipes happening here.
He's looking for the fall. This is tight. He's got to elevate that head and settle in on his hips.
He's got 15 seconds, kind of spread that out, get his legs out, get up on his toes is what I always remember coaches yelling, but now he settles in on top. 5 seconds remaining.
Here he's going for it.
He's got to be
both legs in.
He's going to get 4 here. Boy, and that changed in a hurry. I thought that was looking. Caden Nelson with an outstanding 18-11 win, which puts the score 3-0 in favor of the Prowlers heading in to the 113-pound match.
At 114 pounds from Bemidji, Team Glenn. And from Thief River, Lincoln Davis.
So 114-pound match between Keaton Glenn of Bemidji and Lincoln Davis of Thief River Falls is brought to you tonight by KLN Family Brand. So thank you, KLN, for this one. And if it goes like the last one, Jesse, we're both going to need more throat lozenges than what we have.
That was definitely a treat. You can see Davis wasting no time here, getting to a sweep single, doing a good job gathering for the 3-point takedown.
Again, we talked earlier tonight about Lincoln Davis and being one of their returning guys. He finished 4th in the section last year, 34-16. And you can tell that he's coming in no longer a freshman. A freshman record at 34-16 is pretty impressive in Section 8AA. Now coming in as a sophomore, you know that he has his eye on the prize at the end of the year as well at this 114-pound weight class.
Absolutely, and you can just tell that confidence. He got on top. He threw his leg in right away. He went to work. He's not looking to just hang on and see where the period takes him. He's going to work trying to score points. Twice in a row now we've seen Thief River really working that cross-face cradle, something they've probably worked on, in this beginning of the season here. As Davis stacks him up here, close to getting near fall.
I thought I saw exposed shoulders there for a while. And they did. They just didn't see the count. So it looks like 3 near fall. Again, up to the base goes Glenn, but nice mat return there. And Big Ten makes a living out of calling mat returns. So 40 seconds remain. 6-0 lead here for Davis. And boy, one thing you can always say about Thief River Falls, Jesse, is Coach Geiser has them ready to compete.
Always. They, from anywhere, anytime, they can score points and they'll get after you. .15 seconds left in the period here. Davis looks content to ride and maybe try to get one more cheap tilt.
Yeah, and he has the headgear of Glenn down around his throat area and his face. So again, putting him in a little bit of a predicament. And there's the end of the period. 6-0 in favor of Lincoln Davis. Again, choice, and it looks like Glenn is going to take the down position to start period number 2. Again, a lot of these opening night for everybody getting all the gear in the right place, and it's probably the first time you've wrestled this physical. No matter what you try to ramp up in the room, it's a different level when you step out into the circle all by yourself here. And here goes Davis trying to pull back here and get some more near fall points.
You know, Glenn's doing a good job of having good motion on the bottom. The one thing he's forgetting to do is to bring his hands with. You know, you can see Davis always pulling on a wrist, pulling on an elbow. You can do everything right, but if you forget your hands back there, you're going to end up getting pulled back.
One thing Davis does a nice job is elevating that leg, and it gets him into a lot of opportunities to kind of pull back and expose those shoulders. And now he's going to try to get both legs in. Not successful there as Glenn tries to stretch him out. And the worry here you get is if you can't get him in, which there he does, you get too high, and it allows your opponent to have a chance. But Davis looking maybe to get a turn. That's about what I've seen at the high school level when you get those legs locked in.
Yeah, you know, and a big thing here is he's wearing him out. It takes so much effort to, you know, when your hips are being taken out of the equation and he's pulling on your shoulders, twisting your neck, doing different things. It's so strenuous to try to just maintain your base and stay in a good position. Looks like Davis buried a deep half here. A lot of pressure on that shoulder, close to a potentially dangerous, but
it's pretty tight in here, and if he can just settle down, Glenn is active yet, but you always wait for that one fall where the shoulders hit the mat and all of a sudden you're stuck, and that would be our first pin if it happens, sponsored by Horace Mann. 15 seconds remaining here on the Otter Tail Power scoreboard. Glenn doing a great job of fighting, and it must seem like an eternity under there, Jesse, with 5 seconds remaining.
You know, he's doing a lot of good things. You can see his hips going together one way. It's really tough to get both shoulders down, and he made it.
Another 4 near fall. And this is about where we were in the first match, and we thought it was going to be all Hank, so let's not step away from your TV screen here. But for right now, Lincoln Davis really seems to be doing what he needs to do to make this work.
Look for Glenn here to try to create some opportunity for himself, but Davis not allowing him to waste any time. And on a deep double, works his way across.
Again, takes a 13, so here comes that rule change of the tech fall at 15. And again, even if you're in a pinning combination and that opposing wrestler gets his shoulders up off the mat, they call that tech fall at that point, just, you know, as a safety feature, I think. So one of the things you're gonna either settle for the tech fall, or you're gonna really want to be in that pinhole to make sure that you have it. And it looks like if this power half comes through, but nice job of Glenn right now, but he just can't get that arm free.
Yeah, that's kind of been the tale of the match so far for Glenn is, you know, he's fighting like crazy. The effort's been awesome. Just the little things of keeping your hands where they need to be. And clearing your hands first as you go, it makes a world of difference. Here's a deep arm bar by Davis. He's going to look here for the fall and try to get his team 6 points instead of 5.
And he's got 55 seconds remaining here to do just that, and he's settling in, and he knows he has time, but Glenn does a nice job of continuing to move and to get himself into position to not get pinned.
Yeah, he's doing a really nice job here. He's got his hips turned, cleared the arms, and there's your rule, Lance. Instant.
Yep, and that's a change from the pass, so that makes it a 17-0 win for Davis, which gives another 5 team points. That makes it 8-0 in front of Bemidji. So a little bit of change of pace of maybe what we thought would happen, but nice job by Kenny Geiser and his staff getting these guys ready to roll. So we're going into a 121-pound match. Levi Melma from Bemidji will take on Thomas Eidsmo from Thief River. This match tonight at 121 pounds is brought to you by Perham Health. So Eidsmo, a name more synonymous with Roseau, and I don't know if there's any combination there, but we've heard that Eidsmo name a lot there. And here is an early takedown by Melma.
Yeah, Melma with a nice shot. Cleared everything on the finish, and now he's in a little bit of trouble. He had to bail out of there and give up the reversal.
And then an escape. So we've lacked nothing for action in these first 3 matches, Jesse, and here we got another takedown.
Catch cradle right off the shot there. Good job by Melmo.
Ooh.
Flips him over, does a good job. Look for him to elevate that leg, try to step through that bottom leg. There he's getting some swipes. Referee still holding back points because it's the same hold.
And we talked about the rules wanting to create more action. I don't know if it's the rules or just the 2 teams right now, Jesse, but if it's the rules, it's happening as we are seeing a ton of scoring happening.
No doubt.
45 seconds remaining. 4
Good job
points.
by Eidsmo coming out of that cradle.
We're at a 10-4 score, 30 seconds remaining.
Here we go, another Thief wrestler going right to that 2-on-1, getting to work, see if he goes into a crossface cradle or if he just decides to go for tilts here. Trying to dig in an arm bar here.
I'm going to have to get a larger scorebook if the scoring continues in this manner. 5 seconds remaining on your Otter Tail Power scoreboard. 10-4 lead. Going into the second period, we're having a little discussion between officials here. Melma from Bemidji with the lead. Not really sure what the discussion is. We should have one of those live look-ins or whatever they call. And
yeah, I'm not sure either what.
It didn't seem like there was anything too controversial. Bemidji's choice, they defer. Eidsmo takes down.
We'll see if Eidsmo can avoid going to his back before getting a reversal this time. He's been giving up points to get points, so it's see if he can clear everything and get back to his feet. Good job by Melma with a mat return right to work. He's looking for that cradle, kind of draping over the top. He's got to get his hips up here.
Hooking that bottom leg here is a dangerous spot. Nice spot here. If you're Eidsmo.
Eidsmo's got his work his head out of there, pop his head up, and he'll be in a pretty good spot.
Nice job by Melma grabbing onto that near leg and not kind of letting it happen, but here he's doing just what you're saying.
Still working here. Referee's letting him go, and there's the reversal again. He's got the leg split. See if he can step over into a Turk and get some near fall.
Back to the Zach Peterson days of wrestling. That old Turk was very dangerous.
Ooh, and that's
for him.
tight. That's a deep crossface. He's in trouble here. In this position, if Eidsmo can turn his chin toward the referee, that'll bring that other shoulder down. Good job by Melma finding the daylight and get off his back there.
Still holding that because they're in the same move. Now he's got it.
He's got to reverse that half. Stay up on top, and this could be interesting.
Official trying to get hands away from the face. This is tight.
That is tight.
And there's another turn of events as we've got a fall right there, sponsored by Horace Mann. What a nice job by Eidsmo with the fall in the second period there. And again, boy, you got to be impressed with how this Thief River Falls team has come out, Jesse. This is not what I was expecting.
Well, we talked about the strength in the middle of the lineup and how is Thief River going to be able to battle that middle of the lineup, and they're doing just that by coming out swinging and getting points on the board before Bemidji gets into their middle.
So we head into the 127-pound match right now. Casey Seiner had the name, and they told me it was different. So let me, Cineros, Casey Cineros, Bemidji, and Brian Berg, Thief River Falls. And this one's brought to you by Bremer Bank, and we're already live into action with the takedown.
Seeing a lot of leg riding from Bemidji tonight.
And this is kind of where we told you this is the start of what we kind of, you go back to the Yankees, it's probably not appropriate now, but the Murderers Row, but this is kind of what they feel like in Bemidji. This is that spot where they're in, starting about right here, and you're going to see some really quality wrestlers for them. But you can't take anything away from Thief River Falls right now as they came out and they've been ready to wrestle.
Absolutely, and definitely Berg just got a little taste of his elbow going behind his ear, and he didn't like it, and he got out of there in a hurry for the escape.
So 3-1 lead now for Cineros.
Here we go.
And we're back in. Kind of baited him into that one, I think. Jesse is another takedown for Cineros.
Yes, he goes right to work on top. He's got a leg in, hard ride. He's going to go right after that left arm again. You'll see a lot of these leg riders. I remember Philip Mekadek teaching us back when I used to wrestle, go after that same wrist, that same elbow every single time because it'll wear out. That arm will get tired. Definite wild move there from the bottom, but that's one way to do it.
One thing, Berg being a ninth grader has shown some really good mat awareness and no fear as we've got 10 seconds left on the Otter Tail Power scoreboard here, but it takes a special type of no fear wrestler to do what he's doing, and he's going to end up on top here.
You know, Berg's done a really nice job in those body lock situations. His head is down. You know, a lot of times if your head's up, it gets ripped off with a headlock, but his head's been down. He forces his opponent to definitely do something drastic, and he gets a takedown at the end of the period.
One of the things that my personal opinion right now is Thief River's been the more physical team right now. They've come out really ready to wrestle, and they're just doing a nice job of matching the aggressiveness of Bemidji.
Absolutely. Good job by Cineros on the bottom there. You know, kind of doing a mini roll, catching him off balance and getting that reversal. See if he goes back to his leg ride here.
Cineros finished fourth in the section last year, 27 and 23 as a ninth grader, so a lot of mat time for him. Berg also placed fourth as an eighth grader with the 20 and 16 record. So both of these are veteran wrestlers, even though you see youth behind their name when you would say what year they're in. They both have plenty of mat time, and we're at 8-7 here with about a minute remaining in the second period.
Here he goes to that cross-face cradle on that same arm he's been working on his cross body. See if he can settle in. He's got to be careful draping his head over a little bit, but a lot of times if you elevate that ankle, it'll open up that opposite leg for you.
Both coaches doing a nice job encouraging their young veteran wrestlers. I know that contradicts itself, but that's what they are. 30 seconds remaining here, 8-7 lead yet. Bemidji still trying to crack that egg and get on the board, which is a little surprising to me, especially with what we talked about, but definitely heading into the strength of their lineup. So again, any points you pick up here as a headlock comes in.
You know, we talked about that, draping your head on top. You got to be careful. He comes over. Berg does a nice job. You know, he kind of, they're looking for a clasp in that situation. No locked hands called. Brian Bakke right in the front there to see it.
I like how they talk about it here. Did you see it? Did I see it? And then they'll make that call. So no call. You were correct, Jesse. Again, it goes to Thief's choice here. They're going to take, Berg's going to take the down position. He's ahead 10-8, and again, any points you pick up in the middle of this lineup against Bemidji, I think are big ones right now, because you're going to start to hear some of the names that you've heard over and over and over again, and Morin, Osborne, Strand, Newby. It's the names that you've heard from the Lumberjack lineup.
Absolutely. Now here's a goofy situation. You know, you had a 2-point lead. Or did they adjust the score?
They adjust the score, I think. I'm trying to figure out what happened here, because it was 10-8, I believe.
I think they took one away when they were supposed to add one. Because if it was 10-8, he gave him an escape. It should be 11-8, right? Or did they have it wrong before?
I think they might have, unless he chose both up. I missed it. We were talking about where we were at in the lineup, and I apologize for that.
Because I think Berg took down, and Cisneros was going to let him up.
They're still over talking about it, so we're not the only two who lost. But anyways, we're going to start period 3, 10-8.
Here goes Berg right back to that body lock situation where he's had a lot of success with. We're going to have some fireworks here in the third period, Lance.
Right, and that's interesting if it was the side of the mat, because I saw 1 point still on, and they broke that up. I'm not trying to cause any controversy here, but it's kind of interesting is it's going to be new ruling for these officials too, and they're going to have to work together with this. And yeah, I think it's going to be thrown or be thrown to end this one.
No doubt. When guys get tired, it definitely your foot stays in place a little longer. You may not react quite as quickly, and we'll see which one ends up on top.
And here they are locked up, and headlock coming in. And can he sit in the chair? And he does just that. And another 2 for Berg, or 3, excuse me. Again, I just talked about, well, you're so used to yelling 2 all my life that this is going to be new, but a nice lead now, 13-8. But when you start talking about all the near fall points and how you can score points, that's what they wanted. No lead is safe, so you got to stay on your offensive end here.
We'll see what Berg elects to do here. See if he tries to ride him. I bet he'll be pretty careful and not get into any roll-type situations where he could end up on his back.
Well, again, I think when you're up by 5, give 1, not 2 is always a good thing, because now if you give up 2 and you end up on your back, it could be 6 in no time. There's the escape.
50 seconds left here in the third period. Both guys still going after it.
And again, when you said about being tired, Jesse, I see just that. Shots are coming from a lot further away. What I know about wrestling, when that happens, it's a lot easier to slip around the back, and you're going to get that 3 points that you probably didn't deserve or earn in the first period or 2.
Now here's a situation. Cisneros, there's edge of the mat, yes, but big-time takedown. He had 2 supporting points in, getting near fall and the fall.
Wow.
Just like that.
Wow, that changes things up quickly. It looked like it was going to be a win, if not a decision, maybe even a major decision for Nelson. And he just came out and flat out took him to his back and right on the edge of the mat. And wow, what a big move! That was a big time move when they need it. Needed it.
You know, Thief River wanted that one bad heading into the next 4 weight classes for Bemidji here.
Again, both coaches meeting at the head table, checking in their wrestlers. Gives us a time to thank those sponsors again: United Community Bank, KLN Family Brands, Perham Health, EOT Insurance, McCall Construction, Hammers Construction, Jack Shivers Realty, Lakes Ace Hardware, New Horizons Realty, Nias Family Sales, Hanson's Plumbing and Heating, The Pack, Bremer Bank, Steve's Sanitation, who will bring you the wrestler of the match, Otter Tail Power, who's bringing you the scoreboard, and Horace Mann with any pins. So we just had another Horace Mann pin there at 127 pounds, which gets us into 133 pounds, and everybody's scrambling at the head table. So we're not going to make any assumptions either till we hear for sure, but I'm guessing this is Gabe Morin from Bemidji.
That would be my guess too.
133 pounds for Bemidji, Gabriel Morin. And for Thief River, Malachi Simmerau.
All right, so changing up for us is...
It's Malachi Simino for Thief River Falls.
Okay, so Malachi's coming out as a senior. They're bumping around a little bit here. Again, one of those spots that are tough to be in, even as you're a senior, but maybe you're thinking senior strength coming out here. We have 3 points right now, and now we are getting a count. And
you know, you can definitely see there's the fall. Great job by Morin, a veteran wrestler, taking his time in those pinning situations. I know a lot of time the excitement takes over and you go flying over to your back and things don't always go the way you want them to, but definitely takes his time, lets the ref get into place, and a quick fall.
Right, and how quickly falls change this. Now it's 14-12 in favor of Thief River, and we may look back to 127, Jesse, and go, wow, that was a big swing, because that could have been a 10, 11-point swing right in the match, and sometimes that's all it takes in one of these close-knit matches.
Absolutely.
So we go to 139-pound match. Gavin Osborne coming out from Bemidji, Ian Jacobson for Thief River Falls. This is brought to you by McCall Construction. So we have two pretty good wrestlers here coming out, Osborne and Jacobson. Osborne rated at 127, number 8. He's a senior.
Really good high crotch lift into a Turk step finish here for Osborne. Going right to work on the crossface, see if you can elevate that leg. Referee doing a good job making sure that stays legal with that bent leg.
Ian Jacobson placed last year at Section 8AA. He was 18-24 as an 8th grader, so coming in as a 9th grader and probably wondering why he drew this matchup, but that's just the way it goes. I remember being a dad going to it and going, okay, there's 1-2 ranked wrestlers, and it was my kid who had to do that. So, you know, everybody who's been around wrestling knows this situation, and again, you know that Ian's going to fight like crazy here to do his best.
Well, it's all part of the growing process. I mean, you gotta face those opponents to become one of those wrestlers, and definitely both these programs have had a number of those guys come through their lineups over the years.
Right, we're sitting right down the road here from Coach Rob Mosier, recently inducted into the Perham Hall of Fame, and he always talked about iron sharpening iron or steel sharpening steel, and the only way you get better is to wrestle the best, and he firmly believed that, and his record over his lifetime proved that as well.
No doubt, and I think that carries over. You know, that's not something that's just lost. It's definitely, you know, he planted that seed a long time ago, and it's continued to grow over the years.
And you can say the same both of the Bemidji Lumberjacks and the Thief River Falls Prowlers. You know, Kenny Geiser has brought years of experience of just that hard work. You can just see that mentality in his wrestlers that they're going to come out and give it their all, whether they're a long shot or they're favored to win. The effort doesn't change, and that's something that that community can certainly be proud of as well, as we're about running out of time here in period number 1. 3-0 score, so initial takedown. Nice job there by Ian Jacobson, the 9th grader, to stay off his back, and he's a pretty well-built 9th grader, Jesse. And again, one of the things I've noticed out of this Thief River is a little bit more long, lengthier wrestlers than I kind of remember in the past. They scattered them in, but now in every one, they're almost the taller, leaner, longer wrestlers, and sometimes creates a matchup that's tough. And if you hear those horns in the background, to the left we have JV matches going on, so a night filled of wrestling here in the Hive from Perham, Minnesota.
Osborne doing a good job creating some action. Jacobson doing a really nice job making adjustment with that high crotch. Osborne hasn't been able to come back to it. Counter shot of his own. Osborne definitely the more physical wrestler here, being the senior and kind of been through it. Muscles his way to another takedown.
And did you see who had choice? I missed that. I don't know who chose neutral.
I know Osborne went neutral, so I'm not sure if Jacobson deferred.
Okay. So Osborne definitely feeling good off of his feet right now. Throws that arm bar in, and that's one of those dangerous ones. If you get it locked in, and here we go, it's tough to not roll over if you want to save your shoulder. And he did a nice job. Again, you've said it, Jesse, going slow and having that confidence. A lot of wrestlers try to rush that move, and there's the fall.
There it is, just like the last match with Morin. Anybody could have ran that over really quickly, and Jacobson did make one roll attempt, but Morin just settling in, using that experience. I'm sure he's been rolled one time out of that position and it didn't happen again, but good job by the Lumberjacks.
And 9 times out of 10, if you rush that, the elbow goes out and it's potentially dangerous, and it stops, and you've lost what you've worked so hard to gain.
No doubt.
All right, we have another change for Thief River. We have Nick Strand coming out for Bemidji. And I didn't catch who.
It was Talon Vorderbruggen.
Talon Vordenbruggen, another senior. So opening night, seniors getting some wrestling here, and a quick takedown here for Strand. Strand, again, one of those wrestlers we talked about this lineup, rated number 5 at 139, only a junior. Again, Strand was second last year in their section, 43-8, Jess.
Yeah, he's a 2-time section champ, was runner-up last year. Lost to a buzzsaw, Sully Inez out of Wilmer. Great section 8 AAA, and definitely a great wrestler.
Yeah, again, and he's putting his wherewithal on the mat right now with the early takedown. Bakke holding, official Brian Bakke holding some points, I believe. Nope, yep, he's holding 4, I think.
Ooh, that is tight. Crossface cradle, and that's textbook.
And it's not going to matter because he went from one thing right into the next and another fall. And so I'm not saying we predicted this, but we kind of mentioned going into 127-ish area, and that one went topsy-turvy, but there's been falls all the way kind of coming through here now, making the score 24-14 in favor of the Lumberjacks. We're at 152 pounds between Lincoln Schmidt, Bemidji, and Elias Monta from Thief River, and we'll give you a little bit on each one of those guys. Lincoln Schmidt last year, 19 and 21, 4th in the section, and Elias Mata finished 3rd as a 7th grader with a 14 and 13 record. So Elias Mata coming in, and he comes with the early takedown.
Well, Mata, pretty darn good-looking 8th grader. I mean, he's pretty well defined. He is dictating the ties out there. Headlock attempt by Schmidt right away, and you can see Mata going right to work with some legs here. Not your ordinary 8th grader.
No, so it's 8th grader senior, and rarely do you see that 8th grader be the more physical wrestler, but a good, nice job by Schmidt there on the reversal. Makes it 3-2 early in this one.
Really good job staying with it, keeping your hips tight. And now Schmidt's going to go to work on top here. It looks like he's going to go into some leg stuff. This could get interesting.
About 1 minute remaining here on the Otter Tail Power scoreboard. Again, thank you for all the sponsors bringing this live action to you. This match being brought to you by Jack Shivers Realty. Our last match by Hammers Construction.
No points awarded here in these last couple flurries, but just so many nice things from both wrestlers. Clearing the hips, following the hips. They're just playing that chess match right now. We'll see who can come out. A lot of action. No free escapes tonight. Nobody letting anybody go. It's been a lot of fun to watch. Schmidt's got to be a little careful here, get off his hip. Good job by Mata working back to his feet.
Escape there by Mata. Should make it 4-2, and it is. 10 seconds remaining on your Otter Tail Power scoreboard.
Now we got an arm trap situation here by Schmidt. This is kind of a situation where who's going to throw who, and they're both comfortable there. I expect that not to be the last time they're there today.
Right, and one of the things that I think you brought up, Jesse, that is really awesome to see this early in the season is the mat wrestling that's going on. It's not just pushing away and we're going takedowns. It's we're trying to score points when we have, and I think a little bit is the rule change. When you're able to get a 3-point takedown, and if you can work your mat wrestling and get a 4 count, all of a sudden that's a 7-point move, which is a little devastating now. If you give the escape at 7-1, you still have to come up with some sort of 6-point combination in your own favor just to get back in the match.
Absolutely. You saw it in college wrestling too, where those guys who were good on top and could get 4 near fall back and forth, all of a sudden that match is out of hand in a hurry, or you're climbing your way back in a hurry, and it just makes it, for the fans, it's just spectacular.
Right, and you can even sense it here tonight, the action of how these guys are wrestling. It's intrigued these fans. They're at the edge of their seat on every one of these matches because you just don't know when that big move is coming, and you realize how important that takedown is. Both wrestlers are always they always wanted the takedown, but now it's even more with that 3-point.
Now here's an interesting situation. Mata's still technically in control here, but Schmidt is very close. If he can bring his other foot back, and release that a little bit. Now they're Mata's going out the back door here, but just great scrambling from both of these guys. So many technical things that a fan might not even completely understand unless you're, up on your modern day wrestling, but just awesome work by both these guys, not giving up points.
Well, and I almost wondered if Schmidt was going to try to go over the top, try for that shoulder pass and get through. You've seen that become more and more prevalent in high school wrestling, where instead of trying to work your way up to your base, you go over the top, grab an ankle, and you try to work your way into position. And then he just got on his hip, which is never a good spot in wrestling. But nice job by both of these wrestlers. 4-2, 30 seconds remaining, period 2. Look for a scramble here.
Really good job by Schmidt going to a sit-out, going back to the head, flipping the other direction. They say not to jump over a whizzer, but sometimes it works.
So another 2 reversal there. Evens our score, 4-4, 10 seconds remaining, and I don't think we're done with scoring yet.
No. Mata doing a good job. Now, leg riders are pretty comfortable here. The comfortable thing is to pull that leg to your body, but really you want to separate it so you get separation with your hips.
Right, and I think if there would have been a little more time there, we might have saw that flurry you were talking to, but nothing better than going 4-4, even Steven, into period number 3. Mata's going to go down.
You couldn't ask for a better first match of the year, Lance. This has been just action-packed. Every single match, even with the pins, has been fun to watch.
Yeah, we want to thank those sponsors for making this possible, and for you listening at home and watching. We're proud to be able to bring it to you on the 549 Media Network. And, this has been some outstanding wrestling, and I think it's just the start of a whole good evening of wrestling coming up.
Originally, Mata was in a good spot here, kind of hit a switch. He's coming out the back. Schmidt did a good job of trying to re-switch, but now they're in a big-time scramble situation. Look for Schmidt to try to tie up those ankles. Look for a stalemate in this situation. They say in these scrambles, high head is going to win, so
Mata looks like he's on the win, and now
just when you think that we're in a
the tide turns and now Mata's back into that favorable position, and it looks like he is here.
And there's your reversal.
6-4 Mata, about a minute remaining here on the Otter Tail Power scoreboard, and again, boy, Mata is a crafty veteran for an 8th grader, and wow, you can see how comfortable he is here.
Well, and all the new techniques, all the crazy scrambling at the end of the day, he's got a half Nelson, which is probably the first move he ever learned in wrestling, and he's riding more effectively with that than he probably has anything else the whole match. So he's riding tough. He's stalling on the bottom there. Look for Mata to have to get out to the side a little bit. Little flurry of action from Schmidt. We'll see if he's got one more burst in him here. He's down by 2.
And you talked about opening night. At some point, the tank runs on empty. You're just not used to this. You kind of see it in Schmidt a little bit. He buried his head. That got the stall warning, which is now allowing Mata. He's trying for more than a victory here. I think he's trying for the fall.
I'll tell you what, you talked about all those all those veterans taking their time from Bemidji in those pinning holds, and here we have an 8th grader doing the same thing. What a great looking 8th grader. What a great match from those two.
Yeah, write down that name, Elias Mata, 3rd place last year in Section 8 AA as a 7th grader. You think he's got his eyes on what's coming up too, but you take one match at a time, and it's only victory number 1 with a long road to hoe.
Yeah, again, talking to Coach Skerrick before the match about your team in December against your team in March, and definitely it's like 2 different seasons with some of these young kids.
Yeah, that was your 152-pound match, but brought to you by Jack Shivers Realty. This is the 160-pound match, and they're already at it here. And Landon Larson from Thief River taking on Cash Pemberton from Bemidji, brought to you by Lakes Ace Hardware. And we're already going, and it's 3-1, it says, 6-1. Crazy start to this match right away, Jess.
Yeah, action, action, action. It's been the theme all night, and why would this match be any different, right?
And another young, well-built young man from Thief River, a sophomore, with 2 takedowns and 2 escapes now. And we're at a 6-2 score, both men in the middle. Landon Larson, I didn't have a record from last year, finished 8th place in Section 8 AA, obviously looking for more as we get going this
Another
year.
Nice double leg by Larson there.
Boy, those 3-point takedowns sure add up in a hurry, and we're starting to see why maybe the state followed the national rules here in getting this implemented. Is, man, does this open up, and there's another one. So this is the first time we played the escape takedown game and not wrestled on the mat. We'll see what Larson does here. 45 seconds remaining, and now he's looking for tilt points.
He's got to be a little careful. He did a good job bringing his hips back. Looks like 2 near fall points.
Pemberton, a junior for the Bemidji Lumberjacks. And I tell you what, Jesse, I'm going to make a bold prediction here, but look out for the Prowlers here in the next couple of years, because when you start talking 8th grader, 9th grader, 10th grader, this youth, and they're wrestling not like youth. They're wrestling like veterans. And again, I don't want to say I'm surprised, because I know what Coach Geiser does with 5 seconds remaining on the Otter Tail Power scoreboard, but here's some more points looking to be had. Nothing
Close.
going one swipe. 14-3 lead. The points they're scoring, Jesse, and I know we can look at the 3-point takedown, but you still have to get the takedowns.
You still have to get takedowns. You're right, and that's 4 takedowns for Larson in the first in the first period. And, I don't think things are going to stop.
No, he looks like he's right back into his action. And one of the things as a sophomore, what I'm looking is there's another 3-point takedown. He's from one move to the next.
Yep.
I mean, it's if it's not working for him in that first upper body, he goes right to the single leg. And then if that's not working, he changes up what he's doing, and it's made it really tough on Pemberton.
Chain wrestling, they're right into from a quick little knee pick shot, right into an arm bar, drives him over and gets the fall.
So another fall brought to you by Horace Mann Investments and Insurance. They're your go-to source for your financial needs. Kyle Van Dyke and staff can take care of your needs, whether it's retirement planning, life insurance, long-term care insurance, or investment strategies. They have the answer for you. Horace Mann Investments and Insurance is the largest financial service company that is focused on helping America's educators and others who serve their community achieve lifelong financial success. To set up an appointment, call Kyle Van Dyke at 218-236-6665 or email kylevandyke@horseman.com.
And I'm sure after all that, Bemidji's happy to have one of their tried and true hammers come out and Alec Newby get a takedown, kind of get this back on track for the Lumberjacks.
And since I was doing commercial, did you catch the Thief River Falls as a Brennan Johnson?
Nope, it is Caden Shute.
Okay, so we have Alec Newby and Caden Shute for Thief River. This is brought to you by New Horizons Realty, and you just talked about Alec Newby, senior. He's number 8 in the state at 160 pounds, so obviously they think he's cutting down. He was first in the section, 38-10 last year as a junior.
Yeah, the Newby name, no stranger to the Lumberjack program. It seems like there's been one forever up there, but always good, hard, physical wrestlers.
So again, we went from mat wrestling to now we've been in that escape takedown game and right back into a double. Trying maybe once just to get him right to his back. About a minute remaining here, another 3-point takedown. So again, you heard it right. They're using the national guidelines this year. 3 points for a takedown. We've talked about near fall points. We'll go over those again. And here he's kind of locking up an arm bar maybe.
He's doing a nice job of kind of going into that arm bar half. You can see his
underneath.
Shute's hips kind of went over, and taking your time, it's just a tough situation for the bottom man.
Wow. So that takes our scoreboard to 30-26. Curious about 189 if there was some bumping going on. We thought maybe it would be open. We're not sure who's coming out here for Thief River, but we'll find out shortly. So this is Brennan Johnson bumping up to 189 for Thief River, and I believe it's Cohen Donay is how you pronounce that. Just knowing some of that last name from the Staples area, I'm guessing, so pardon me if I'm wrong here. But we're going to go with Donay versus Johnson. Brennan Johnson, 8th place last year as a junior in sections, 19-14. To start the year, and we've got some headgear issues, so it gives us a little bit of time to talk about both of those guys. And so again, this might be one of those toss-up matches here that might really make the match, as we're at 30-26 in favor of Bemidji at this point. But we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 falls in a row, Jesse. So it's been a crazy ride since our first couple, where we had what I would consider an upset at 107 with Caden Nelson battling Ozzie Hanks. So this has been more of a match than I was thinking when we were going through this, and all credit to Thief River Falls. And again, it's why these early matchups are so important, because sometimes you see your name and you see Bemidji is lean and mean and AAA as a team, and you start to this is a great feather to pin in your hat for Thief River, just knowing you battled them tonight.
Nice shot attempt there. Kind of a fireman situation, but Johnson doing a good job fighting that off, being a little undersized. He's staying in good position, waiting for his opening.
Again, this is probably the first match, Jesse, that we don't have like 8-9 points here. We got 45 seconds, and I'm kind of at a loss for words because, and it's probably a good thing, we have had to call quite a bit here, but this might be one of those matches that one big takedown and one big move maybe settles it between these two young men. And I thought that might have been it.
Yeah, we're not out of the woods here yet. A lot of hips being thrown. Look for Done to step over with his lanky frame for the 3-point takedown. Those attempts show me that Johnson has some moves in the arsenal, some big move potential here. Look for later on in the match for him to go back to one of those.
Yeah, great match so far. 30-26 on your Otter Tail Power Company scoreboard. Into period number 2. Johnson's going to take the down position. 3-0 lead for Done from the Bemidji Lumberjacks. Crowd starting to fill in as the hometown Yellowjackets will be up next, taking on this Thief River Falls Prowlers. The Bemidji team will have a little time to rest, probably go up into the wrestling room and chill out a little bit.
Good roll attempt there by Johnson. Done not panicking, staying in good spot, throwing the legs over the top and getting right back to work.
I'm impressed with how both teams are ready to wrestle, Jesse. It's just been one of those, sometimes you see those early matches where things just aren't rolling right, but both of these teams seem really ready to go tonight.
Kind of a goofy situation there, scramble situation. Johnson went from giving up some near fall points to squeaking out the back for a reversal. We'll see if he can do anything on top here with a minute left in the second period.
Again, it's tough to get those commercials in during a wrestling match, but we'd love to thank those sponsors again. Horace Mann jumping on board with us, Otter Tail Power, Steve Sanitation, Bremer Bank, Perham Area Community Center, as there we have an escape and both guys on their feet, ready to roll with about 30 seconds to go, and 4-2 lead right now, 4-2 lead for Done.
Yeah, the action seems to be picking up here as the periods wind down, but look for somebody to go for something here in the last 20 seconds.
Like we said, Johnson had 33 matches. I don't have anything on Done. I don't know if this is his first match or if he had more. 7 seconds remaining, and you hate to give up those points in the last seconds of any period. It looks like it might be there, and he gets it right at the last minute. Done with a 3-point takedown, kind of spreads that out to a 7-2 lead, but we talked about those rule changes, and that's not a very big lead anymore.
Not what it used to be.
No, that's for sure. It's amazing what 1 point will make that difference of, boy, now you get a takedown and 2 or 3 near fall, and he's ahead.
Caution there. I think Done's not going to waste any time trying to get out from the bottom. Coach Geiser wants him to go up on his feet, I think, to try to get something going from the feet.
Yeah, again, and it looks like not Johnson wanting to ride a little bit. And again, if he feels, but there's not much happening here. And again, if you're not getting a stall call, you at some point you're going to have to cut and get it and give up 1 before 2 here.
Yep, Done to his feet. He's doing a good job staying in good position. He's not really in any harm here. He's got to clear his arm and get his 1 there. There we go.
There's that 1. So now, but both wrestlers look a little gassed here, Jesse.
This is where things get interesting.
And this is where, when you get to this upper weight class, it only takes 1 throw or 1 headlock, and the tides change in a hurry. Done up at this point now 8-2. But again, we talked about that's 1 move away with a 3-point takedown, and if they can get 3 back points, we're all of a sudden tied up. So both kind of hanging on each other right now, looking for that second wind.
Looks to me like Johnson's waiting for Done to push back into him, maybe setting up that lateral drop. He's giving up that underhook pretty easily. See if he's trying to bait him. Hard club, trying to get underneath. Donay doing a good job. Head, hands, defense.
And again, no stall, I don't think, at this point yet, so Donay can run for a little while, give up that stall point. And
Donay,
here's where he wants to be, just stay heavy on the head.
Heavy on the head. He's got to be careful not to get rolled here. Don't let your hips get lazy.
20 seconds remaining here.
He's got to know that something's coming here in the last 10 seconds. One last hurrah.
We're under 10. 5 seconds remaining, so there's a stall warning there, little to the effect of this match. And again, no points awarded, so 8-2 decision in favor of Donay, which kind of breaks our fall streak here. Makes it a 33-26 lead for the Lumberjacks, heading into 215 pounds. The last, our 189-pound match was brought to you by Nias Family Sales. We'd like to thank them for their support as well.
At 215 pounds from Bemidji, Ben DeRozier. And from Thief River, Chandler Preem.
Chandler Preem from Thief River.
Ben DeRozier.
Ben DeRozier for Bemidji, a senior. Ben DeRozier
Wasting no time, going from a nice high crotch single, elevating, going right to a pin hold here. Doesn't look like it's going to take very long. He's settling in nice. Good job.
So there's the 4 near fall. Quick 7-0 lead here for DeRozier. Again, everything's really good when you have it in the book till they start making changes. And now I'm scrambling a little bit. But again, DeRozier looked like he was setting up for that cradle. Still kind of looks like he's got it locked in now. There the hands break, but looked like he was going to try to pull him back, Jess.
Absolutely. You know, you get to these bigger weights, that's a lot of mass, you know, that you have to clamp around. And, you know, it looks like he's going for it again here, draping over the top. Doing a good job keeping his head up so he doesn't get headlocked there.
Nothing else. That's got to be very wearing, even if you're in the tripod position underneath.
Yeah.
You've got all that weight draped over the top of you. At some point, it's going to wear you out. Now, getting heavy on the head, trying. It must be a cradler. He's trying to go back. 30 seconds remain here on your scoreboard.
Waiting for him to make one mistake, get his head too close to his knee like he had there. 20 seconds left in the period.
Tucks the knee up underneath the ribs there. Good mule kicks going on by Preem.
Looks pretty tight. There he hooks the leg. Look for him to straighten his arms. Oofta. Wow.
Survival. And that was tight. So 4 more near fall there. Makes it 11-0, and again we go back to the way we were, Jesse, with a lot of scoring. But and here we go, period number 2.
DeRozier slowed down a little bit this period. You wonder if he wore himself out a little bit with all that offense, but right back to the shots just as I say that.
And one of those that you wonder, DeRozier's been waiting his time. Bemidji's had some really good upper weight class participants in the last few years. You know, a lot of times some of your best wrestling happens in your own wrestling room, and he looks like he came out firing on all cylinders here in that first period.
For sure, he's still kind of working some open offense, which you don't always see in these upper weight classes, but you know, this Thief River Falls wrestler's kind of settled in and made some adjustments too on his feet. Look for him to get to some of his offense as well.
Under a minute remaining here in the second period. Offense slowed down drastically since that first flurry by both wrestlers.
Somebody's going to initiate something here, and there it is. He's been waiting for it. He set it up nice. Lateral drop.
The great equalizer.
30 seconds left here in the period. He's in a pretty good spot here if he can settle in. This would be huge for the Prowlers.
There it is. And that brought the crowd back to life, and it sets up a heavyweight matchup here, Jesse. And you've been there all too many times. I don't want to bring up good and bad memories, but 33-32 going into your 285-pound matchup.
And that right there is why the Prowlers are always scary. You know, because from any moment, no matter, they're down 11-0, and they pull a rabbit out of a hat, and all of a sudden the match is a one-point match, and winner takes all here at the heavyweight match.
Thanks to Nias Family Sales for bringing you the last one, and Hanson's Plumbing and Heating. So Schwinghammer, Nehemiah Schwinghammer is going to bump up to wrestle heavyweight for Bemidji against Joey Brueggemann from Thief River Falls. Again, both wrestlers. This is for bragging rights at this point, because you said it earlier, no state championship has ever won in this first match, but wow, this is a big one.
Yeah, say what you want. There's a lot of pride between all these programs, and you won't forget if you won a match here, even if it's at the beginning of the year.
Schwinghammer with the early takedown takes that 3-0 lead. Brueggemann wrestled last year at 215 pounds, and he weighed in there again, I think 5-19 as a sophomore last year. Schwinghammer was fourth in his section, 11-20 as a ninth grader. So again, some youth wrestling and some pretty big hombres out there, Jesse, and again, man, coming down to this final match is kind of shocking to me almost. Again, it's one of those where Thief River really wrestled well in key spots, but here it looks like Schwinghammer's got that cradle locked up pretty tight.
That is tight, yep, he did a good job getting that crossface. Brueggemann doing a good job breaking that hold. Oftentimes at heavyweight, sometimes they bust that hold pretty quickly.
One of the things I'm going to have to do a better job is finding the difference between a 4-point near fall on the officials from this far away and a 3-point is a little bit tough. So we're going to have to really watch that. 10 seconds remaining, 7-0 lead for Schwinghammer. And again, you saw some adjustments and we had to do here. Schwinghammer in tight, but I think he's going to run out of time. He may get 2 swipes there. We'll see if that 2 comes in. 3.
I know the officials in the rules meeting talked about holding 3 versus holding 3 with a thumb.
Okay.
You know, it's freestyle, 1 point is with a thumb. Everything's based off that. So they said some of the older officials are still going to use that 3 using a thumb, which will help us out drastically.
It's not that far away, but it is a ways away. So 2 point there makes it 9-0. Schwinghammer in the lead here, but again, we talked about that this is what you want to go to. Nice, not a true ankle pick, but he was getting down there. He got his 3 near fall.
What Schwinghammer did a nice job of there is Brueggemann was baiting him to drive into him to try to go for a throw, and when Schwinghammer felt that, he kind of put the brakes on and let everything fall into a pinning hold there, and that's it. And
speaking of into a fall, there's the fall, which finalizes this one at 39-32. Boy, what a match. I mean, to start out the year this way, Jesse, was outstanding. Again, it's the first of 3 tonight, so we'll kind of explain, and then we'll recap, and then we'll step away for some words from our sponsors. But what a match to start this. And I'm going to go really back to the very first match, Jesse, at 107. I thought Caden Nelson, the upset of Ozzie Hanks, maybe not, it's hard to call an upset on the very first match of the year, but in theory, on paper, it was an upset, and it just seemed to start the tide for the Thief River Falls Prowlers, and it allowed them to battle all through that night and keep the score as close as it was.
You know, they battled those first 4 matches, or first 3 matches. We talked about how do you stop the middle murders row for Bemidji. They came out hot. They almost had 4 in a row, but the end of that 127-pound match with the pin going Bemidji's way kind of set them into that, they got into their sweet spot in the middle of the lineup, closed it out with some of their upperclassmen up top, and just put a good duel together.
And you look at that pin, that was an 11-point swing. Well, there's the match. And Thief River really did have their shot at it. And I think if you walk into that locker room, and right now it's not the locker room, it's on the edge of the mat, because they're coming up again here in a little bit. Coach Kenny Geiser cannot be disappointed at all. You just took on one of the top teams in 8-3A, and you took them right to the limit, and you were really one match away you were probably 15 seconds away from taking and stealing a match from a really good 3A team.
Yeah, coachable moments for both teams there. If you're Kenny Geiser, you're going, hey, we got something here. A lot of youth in that lineup. December is much different than it is in February or March. And if you're Coach Skerrick, you're going, hey, fellas, we're not unbreakable. We're not unbeatable here. We got to wrestle our best. And, I look for them to come out a little sharper in some areas next match as well. And as far as Thief River goes, again, you're giving yourselves chances. You're young. You're going to be learning on the fly and continuing to improve week to week.
Now, I would imagine we're going to have a little bit of break because we got to have a little bit of time in here. Again, we're going to patronize our sponsors here. We're going to give Jesse and I a chance to grab a little something to drink in between matches. Stay on this stream. We're going to stay on this stream throughout the whole night. We'll be back in probably 2-3 minutes, maybe 4. But we'll be back here shortly with the next match, and it'll be the Perham Yellowjackets taking on the Thief River Falls Prowlers right here live from the Hive on 549.
Yes, garbage is gross, but here at Steve's Sanitation, we are your trash experts with experience to back it up. At Steve's Sanitation, we know how to schedule your trash pickups without missing a beat, and we have been doing it for over 30 years in Perham and the Lakes area. Steve's Sanitation has been voted the best garbage service in the Lakes area since 2019. With 30 dedicated employees, we're here to take care of your trash. For more information, call us at 218-346-4834 or visit our website at stevesanitation.com.
At the Perham Area Community Center, we have fun for the whole family. Adventureland is open for the littles all year long. Come for open swim and enjoy the pool. Bring it back to the past and try roller skating again Fridays and Sundays. We are now offering an after-school program for kids ages 9 to 12. If you are looking for a fun way to celebrate a birthday, we offer a variety of birthday party options, including pool parties, roller skating, bounce house, and Adventureland. Keep your eyes out for our fun special events on our Facebook page or on our website, perhamareacommunitycenter.net. Find your fit at the Pack.
Hansen's Plumbing and Heating provides the highest quality products and services to ensure the comfort and safety of all their customers. It's what they do. Henry Hansen, later known as Hardware Hank, first opened the family hardware store in the early 1930s in Burgess, Minnesota. Today, they are proud to carry on his legacy of hard work and honesty through teamwork, fellowship, cutting-edge technology, and forward thinking. 218-346-2422 or make a visit in Perham, Burgess, or Detroit Lakes today. Hansen's Plumbing and Heating, proudly serving Minnesota families for over 80 years.
At Nias Family Sales, our experienced mechanics are here to provide exceptional service in a timely manner. With 10 service bays, the service department at Nias Family Sales can work on all makes and models. Our experienced mechanics can do everything from oil changes, tire repairs, brake service, engine and transmission repair, and much more. Schedule your vehicle today. Call 218-346-5976 or visit the Nias Family Sales Service Center at 610 East Main Street in Perham.
Since 1980, more families have trusted Jack Chivers Realty than anyone else in the Lakes area. I'm Blake Olson, the owner of Jack Chivers Realty. Our dedicated agents have a deep understanding of the area.
We live here and our kids go to school here. Let us find the perfect home for you and your family, or lean on our knowledge and marketing to sell your home. Find out how Chivers delivers right here in Perham. Reach out today and start packing. JackChiversRealty.com.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks. Why would you wander around a warehouse store looking for paint when you could just swing by your neighborhood Ace? In addition to Ace's award-winning service, we have top-rated paint brands. Plus, our color matching technology allows us to match any color. So stop wandering and start painting. Head to your neighborhood Ace today.
Hi, this is Mallory Stotterell
and Erica Saylor from Lakes Ace Hardware.
You can expect expert help for your next project at Lakes Ace Hardware,
right here in downtown Perham.
Welcome back to the Hive as we're going to start match number 2 between the Perham Yellowjackets and the Thief River Falls Prowlers. Just been told by our producer here, Jason, that I forgot to name the wrestler of the match in the last one. So I'm going to do that right now. And Jesse, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but thanks to Steve Sanitation for sponsoring the wrestler of the match. And how do you not go with the heavyweight Nehemiah Schwinghammer? As it was right at the end of the match, and it was a close match, and he came out and just took control of it and sealed the deal for the Bemidji Lumberjacks.
Good teams always have a guy who can come in and close the door, and that's what he did for his team tonight. So won't be the last time he'll be asked to do that this season.
Again, and we're going to start up here. We got the Yellow Jackets coming out on the mat. They were warming up upstairs in the wrestling room. And Thief River Falls obviously warm. They just came off of a highly contested match against Bemidji. Our first chance to see the Perham Yellowjackets tonight, and we're so thrilled to bring you this on 549 Media Network. Again, I'm Lance Rock sitting alongside of Jason Groth doing some production for us tonight, and Jesse Hine, my color guy, and helping me out is because I call moves just like I see them. He actually knows the name of them. So together we make a pretty good, dangerous team. And again, I'm looking for one of those. I thought the Yellow Jackets would be favored highly. After watching Thief River Falls, boy, this could be some fun, and you're going to see the Yellow Jackets. We'll talk about some different things that have gone on and wrestlers they lost from graduation and spots they're filling in, and you're going to see some wrestlers taking the mat for the first time ever, and it's going to start right now.
Yeah, both these lineups, you're not going to see the number 12 next to many names. It's definitely a youth movement for both of these teams this year. It's going to be a lot of fun. Young fun wrestler for the Jackets. Beckham Bunkowski out on right away.
7th grader out on the mat. Again, coming out real physical here. This is Caden Nelson. Caden Nelson came out and upset number 7 ranked wrestler for Bemidji in this, and again I think Carly caught off guard a little bit by Bunkowski's aggressiveness, and again that's where I thought Thief River came out really strong in the first match, was their strength. So Beckham Bunkowski comes out, early takedown, gets 2 near fall. Again, takedowns, we talked about the rule change, are now 3, so that's a 3-point takedown and a 2-point near fall. And again, we're at it 5-0, minute 20 to go here on your Otter Tail Power scoreboard.
You know what I really like seeing out of Beckham right away, he's very lanky for a 107-pounder. He is young, but he is aggressive. He's going right into a heavy ride. You'll see him elevate that back ankle, working for some cradle stuff. You know, he broke the hips here. He's going right one thing to the next. He caught himself off guard a little bit on his hips, but does a good job. There's no points here. He's still in control, does a good job settling in, split the legs, no points.
Boy, nice job. I thought he'd for sure give up 1, maybe 2. Nice job. Bunkowski goes right back to work here on that. Nice job of sliding through there by Nelson. This 107-pound match is brought to you by United Community Bank, and we're thankful. And that tilt is a scary one, Jesse, as you see him pull over. I'd much rather see this as he's got it locked in pretty tight.
Boy, what he did a good job of is he got his hips going one way for the tilt and brought the bar over the other way. You know, for a 7th grader, Beckham's doing a lot of different things that cause problems for his opponent.
2 more near fall, makes it 7-0, 15 seconds remaining on your Otter Tail Power scoreboard. And again, we're going to have Steve Sanitation, wrestler of the match, as boy, we see pain on both guys' faces. 5 seconds remaining. Again, Nelson looking to get out. Again, Beckham doing a good job of just delivering him back to the mat. and Bunkowski with a 7-0 lead here. And nice job by young Bunkowski to get the Yellow Jackets a year started off here with a flurry.
So far, he's remained calm in some of those in-between situations and just gathered himself, got back into a good position. You see him taking some deep breaths. This is the first time under the lights for Beckham, so I'm hoping he can maintain that for 3 periods.
And it looked like Beckham's choice, and he deferred. Maybe neutral for Nelson was what I'm looking for. And again, Beckham right down into that low ankle single. Again, driving through, looks like he's going to get 3, and he does right there.
Wow, textbook there. Low single, bringing it up, limp arming out, working the way to the edge of the mat. Really good job.
And again, this is kind of how Caden Nelson started off. He was down 9-0, I believe, and then all of a sudden something lit the candle for him. So if you're Bunkowski, stay on your aggressive, and he
Nice
does just
shot.
there.
Nice level change. He's right after him.
Now we're playing the takedown game, so 3, and then hasn't given up the escape yet. So again, here comes Nelson, and don't go to sleep on this Nelson. He was in a bad spot like this. Now down 13-1. It wasn't quite this deep, but all of a sudden he did something like that, and it changes tides, but no points awarded. 2 reversal. Makes it 13-3, and now this is where I saw him become dangerous. He liked the top way better than he was on his feet, which I was kind of surprised that he took neutral. I thought maybe he would go top. I've seen wrestlers do that in high school more now than ever.
You know, Beckham's doing a good job. He knows he can't bring his head to his knee. He's lanky enough to cause problems in the rolling game with tilts. He's doing a good job staying in good position. He's got to put don't hop over. Just when I say that, he gets a reversal.
We've seen that a couple times tonight where that's probably not the way you've been coached up, but it seems to have worked. So nice job by Bunkowski kind of weathering that storm. Up 15-3 with 20 seconds remaining on your Otter Tail Power scoreboard.
This is where Nelson gets a little dangerous, but Beckham again, he's so long that he can't roll. He can't get rolled here, so he's holding 4 back points.
This would be it.
This is going to, there it
There's
is.
a fall.
Wow.
So he takes 6 points, not 5. Bunkowski with the fall right at the end of period number 2. It gives the Yellow Jackets a 6-0 advantage on your Otter Tail Power scoreboard. And what a introduction to varsity wrestling there by Mr. Beckham Bunkowski.
Great start for Beckham, obviously. You know, quality opponent who just knocked off a really quality opponent from Bemidji. I look forward to the next match already from him.
We go to our 113-pound match. Jackson Kugler for Perham, Lincoln Davis for Thief River Falls. This is brought to you by KLN Family Brands. Again, we want to thank our sponsors. We're kind of mentioning them throughout the night here as they're allowing us to go commercial free. It's kind of hard to break away, especially when you have matches like that. Again, nice job there by Lincoln Davis with that 3-point takedown. We talked about this earlier. 3 points now for a takedown instead of 2. Near falls can be 2 for 2 seconds, 3 for 3 seconds, 4 for 4 seconds, and here's a tight cradle.
Yeah, Davis did a good job on his feet, making the adjustment from the straight on shot that Kugler blocked, went to a sweep single, kind of got behind him, worked right into a cradle.
Again, Kugler tried to come out here of it, doing a nice job. Maybe we'll get the escape. Nothing yet. Driving off the mat. He is going to get the 1 escape. Just under a minute to go. So we have takedown for 3, near fall for 4, escape for 1, 7-1 in the way of Kugler right now. Kugler being down. Again, both guys on their feet. And again, Lincoln Davis, impressive young man, 4th in the section last year, 34-16 as a freshman last year, so lots of mat time.
Oh,
Kugler,
nice job by
nice
Kugler
job.
coming out the back.
Yep, sneaking out the backside. He gets his takedown, so you got to be impressed with these young Jackets. 30 seconds remaining here in period number 1.
Kugler going to work on top. He's got to stay behind the hips. 20 seconds here. I'd love to see him end the period on top.
One thing we've seen with Lincoln Davis, he's so long that it causes some problems where you're trying and you think you've got him covered up, but just his sheer length allows him to get out of things that maybe others can't. So 4 seconds remaining. It looks like your wish is going to be granted here, Jesse. I maybe spoke too soon, and lucky we didn't have 2 more seconds left on the clock.
Saved by the bell. Kugler looks very energetic, looks very, very calm, ready to go. I believe this might be his first varsity match.
I think so, and you wonder about adrenaline with some of those, and can you carry that out when you have those things going? But again, he chooses down position, and with the length, I would almost think we might see a cradle coming, but not working on that right now is Davis, as he's got a tilt in.
Davis does such a nice job of keeping his hips tight, but he's long enough to tie up arms and limbs. I remember the match before, he did a really nice job on top of tying up arms and preventing his opponent from getting away.
So another 4 on near fall. Makes it 11-4, and again, Thief River trying to, shore up that score. Beckham Bunkowski with an early pin and throwing his name in the hat for the wrestler of the match. Brought to you by Steve Sanitation. So again, I saw that cradle, and it looks like he was going to try that, but now he's just stretching him out here, maybe near side. And again, good job by Kugler kind of looking away. But again, we're going to have to get some more movement out of this, or you just see Lincoln Davis settling in right now to doing what he wants to do.
Kugler doing a good job battling, staying on that leg. If he can keep his hips square here, that helps a lot.
Boy, getting down to his base on the mat was big there, but Davis just on the roll here, trying to get him to his back, and we're going to get some. We had one swipe, but I think he's going to settle in to get some more. 30 seconds remaining, so clock is not really his friend yet. Pulling him back, the 4 count there by official Brian Bakke.
Cradling him with his own leg in there. There he busted out of it. Good job by Jackson.
So there's the tech fall off of that. 19-4 victory by Lincoln Davis. Makes it 6-5 on the scoreboard. So here we go again, Jesse.
Yeah, it's a great job by Davis getting points for his team. But, you got to think, good job by a young Jackson Kugler saving a team point. At the end of the year, that's going to make a world of difference, especially against a section opponent like this.
And it might even make a difference tonight, the way it's been going. We're going into the 121-pound match here. We have freshman Bo Bush for Perham and Thomas Eidsmo, 9th grader also for the Thief River Falls Prowlers, And again, we got Bush against Eidsmo.
A lot of jockeying around so far. Looks like Eidsmo wants to get up in some of those body lock positions. Bo doing a good job burying his head in his chest. It makes it very difficult for him to get in tight.
Again, Bo Bush wrestled last year for the Yellowjackets, 6th in the section, 16-31 record. Wrestling at 114 pounds, bumped up to 121 this year. Again, nice shot in there by Bo Bush, kind of fended off here by Eidsmo, trying to use his length to stretch out and be heavy on the head.
Look for Bo to keep circling toward that leg. Eidsmo doing a good job with his hips. Bo looking to go the other way. He's got to be a little careful here. If he releases that leg, it could be, there it is. He give 3 on that?
He did give 3. So that went 3 to Eidsmo on that, and I think it was when he broke that and got that leg across, it showed that Bo kind of lost what he had gained out of that. So Eidsmo was tough on top in this last one. So look for Bo to have to get a quick move to get out of there. And again, Eidsmo on top here, riding tough.
Bo's got to clear his hands. All the Thief wrestlers did a really good job on top, controlling wrists, making it very difficult for the opponent on the bottom. Again, one of the things we can talk about is, the matchups are so different from every
Thief River gave fits to Bemidji, and you just never know where the matchups come to play, and you can have two totally different matches going on, and right now we've got a good one. 13 seconds remaining here. Eidsmo trying for the tilt, and he's got it, but Bo Bush does a nice job throwing his shoulders over at the hip and staying out of harm's way.
Wow, Bo really flexible in this position. Man, good job. I'd still be laying there if I was bent like that.
Me too. We talked about Thief River in the opening match that they graduated some really quality seniors, and Nick Sphere, Ethan Lang, Griffin Lundeen, multi-time wrestling at Division II right now. Riley Passant, who spent a lot of time on the mat. So they're filling in some holes, but boy, did they look tough in that first match, and they looked very aggressive. And again, you got to give credit to the Yellowjackets. They came out and kind of matched aggressiveness, and I don't know if that's something you see when you're watching the first one going, boys, we got to come out firing or we're going to be on our backs.
You know, too, and maybe that's into the reason why we wanted to go second. I don't know.
You never know.
That'll forever remain a secret, but
yeah, it's interesting with the two away teams going first. Usually the home team goes first and last, and you figure out that, but it had to be some reasoning, and we're not privy to that information, nor we need be. But again, we're going to carry the next two matches on the same stream, so we'll finish out this one. Pick up Bemidji on the way, thanks to our sponsors, UCB Bank, KLN Family Brands, Perham Health, EOT Insurance, McCall Construction, Hammers Construction, Jack Shivers Realty, Lakes Ace Hardware, New Horizons Realty, Nias Family Sales, Hanson's Plumbing and Heating, The Pack, Bremer Bank, Steve Sanitation, Ottertail Power, and Horace Mann for their involvement. And then looks like we got some points on the board, Jesse.
Yeah, Bo did a pretty good job scrambling there for a while. Might have held on a little bit too long. Eidsmo doing a good job of hanging in there, maybe catching Bo. Now here's a situation where
the 1 point's Bo. Get off the mat.
If Bo only knew that it was his foot that was continuing this match.
Did they give him three more there? They did. Three more near fall. And again, 1 point of contact is the new rule, and it doesn't matter whose point it is, and it doesn't matter what point of your body. It can be your forehead, it can be an arm, an elbow, a finger, whatever it is, and it was Bo's in that case that led to that extra 3 points. So Eidsmo taking a little bit of control here at 10-0 with 15 seconds remaining.
Now the one difference between the one supporting point rule in high school compared to college is that supporting point has to be touching the mat. It's not the cylinder rule where it just has to be inside the line. It has to be in contact.
Where you can have that leg up in the air and it's still being counted. It needs to be on the mat. And there ends period number 2. Eidsmo up 10-0. Looking at a major, but I have a feeling he wants more here as he goes both up.
If you're Bo in the situation, you're thinking, okay, what can I do to claw back into this match? Something you've been maybe saving in your back pocket. You might need to use night one, but Eidsmo doing a good job staying below the knee, getting into a double leg takedown.
Takes that 13-0 lead, so any points going on here is going to be that next tech fall. And again, we've had one pin brought to you by Horace Mann. That was Beckham Pankowski at 107. Kugler then goes down to Lincoln Davis by tech fall, and here we are with Eidsmo ahead of Bush 13-0.
Bo does
with
a nice job squeaking out of that Bismarck series, comes to his feet.
Gets the escape, so 13-1 is your score. Again, with the 3-point takedown, the new rule in high school, the next takedown would in theory give the tech fall to Eidsmo and the Prowlers. 50 seconds remaining on your Ottertail Power scoreboard. Yellowjackets still up 6-5 on the team score. Off the mat they go. 39 seconds remaining. Restart in the middle. Coach Kenny Geiser encouraging young Mr. Eidsmo to let's go, let's get this extra point, let's not have it be a major, let's get that tech fall. Bush dives down on an ankle, probably pretty smart if he can hang on to it, but Eidsmo's length, I think he'll try to stretch him out here.
Yeah, Bo doing a good job. He knows the situation. He's young, but he's been on the mat a long time. He knows what he needs to do for his team here.
Dives in on that ankle. 20, well, let's say 22 seconds remaining here. Again, this should be a time here in the next 4 or 5 seconds. You see Eidsmoe's best shot. He goes down at a low ankle. He's got that single lifted up. Bo's fleeing the mat, which let's see what happens there. Nothing called. Still have 9.4 seconds remaining. Nice low single shot there by Eidsmoe. Bo goes off the mat. No stalling call on Bo. He goes back in. It looks like he's going to get that 3.
Oh, good job by Bush. Wow, hanging in there.
Boy, I spoke too soon. 13-1 win for Eidsmoe. And again, I thought he was in on that, but Bush just did enough each time to make that, so that holds it off. It makes it a major decision, which makes it 9-6 in favor of the Thief River Falls Prowlers.
This is a match I'm looking forward to a lot.
Yeah, 127-pound match. Dresden Wegshai coming out for Perham. Drez has been dealing with some leg issues, coming off, hopefully healthy. Had a good year last year against Brian Berg out of Thief River Falls. Drez in on an early single.
Nice job by Drez being aggressive, maybe being a little too aggressive at times. Berg settling in. He's got a cradle lock. Drez has got a battle here.
Berg was 20-16 as an 8th grader, 4th place finish last year. Dresden was 3rd in the section at 24-17, so we got a clasp here happening. We're a 5-0 lead for Berg clasping. Should give 1 point to Drez, so now it's a 5-1 lead, minute 29 on your scoreboard.
If you remember last match, Berg was the one who was getting beat, and right at the very end, or he took the lead and then ended up getting pinned, but it was a wild match. This match shows
headlock again. Drez flips him over the top, but over they roll. Drez back in, and now we got a reversal for 2. So again, you talked about being wild. Here we go again.
Coach Vetch looking at Dresden and just telling him, hey, settle in here, weather the storm, go to your stuff, trust what you're doing.
Again, we've got a 5-3 lead for Brian Berg, 9th grader, Dresden Wegshide, a junior. Again, a lot of action. We saw a lot of action in the first match against Bemidji and Thief River Falls, and it hasn't disappointed so far yet here as well. Drez working on some stuff. You see Berg must really like being neutral, Jesse, or being on top. He's not quite as active when he gets down to his base here, but when he's on his feet or he's throwing a shot, he's pretty electric. 30 seconds remain.
If I remember right, Berg last match kind of played possum a little bit at times and baited the top guy into leaning a certain way, and then he would explode. He's kind of doing the same thing here with Dresden. Drez doing a good job controlling the hips, getting to some of his stuff on top.
10 seconds remaining, and I promised I wouldn't call out my boys too bad, but I had one son that did the same thing once in a while, would just kind of conserve some energy when he knew he was in a spot, and all of a sudden he would come out like he was busting out of a cage somewhere. So again, 5-3 lead for Berg. We'll head into the next period here. Nice match by both of these guys so far, and been a fun one. Berg takes down.
I won't make you name any names.
I promised I wouldn't.
We're going to go neutral here, look for some more action.
So Berg takes down. Drez takes the escape, then takes him down. So again, we're all tied up. Now Drez lets him up. Escape game. Takedown again for Dresden. So Dresden's definitely found a kink in the armor. We're going the escape game again. Here he tries it again, but Berg does a nice job, but Drez follows through and didn't give up on it. That was the difference in points there. So now we have another takedown. That's 3 takedowns in a row for Dresden, now leads 12-8. And again, that one was close to Berg coming over the top and getting it. We got our first blood timeout. It gives us a little chance to get some action. So blood timeout for Berg here, 12-8 on your scoreboard. Thief River Falls leading 9-6 on your Otter Tail Power scoreboard, and nothing about tonight has been a disappointment, Jesse.
No, not at all, and we expected this match to be kind of high-flying. Both these teams, again, a lot of pride. The roots run deep between these two teams, and you love an opening night like this. Wouldn't want to start it any other way.
Yeah, it's crazy how this is going, and it's been so much fun to call, and it's just fun to be a part of. And again, we couldn't do this without our sponsors. So United Community Bank, KLN Family Brands, Perham Health, East Otter Tail Insurance, McCall Construction, Hammers Construction, Jack Shivers Realty, Lakes Ace Hardware, New Horizons Realty, Nias Family Sales, Hanson's Plumbing and Heating, The Pack, Bremer Bank, Steve Sanitation, Otter Tail Power, and Horace Mann joining us now. And Horace Mann Investments and Insurance is your go-to source for financial needs. Kyle Van Dyke and his staff can take care of your needs, whether it's retirement planning, life insurance, long-term care insurance, or investment strategies. They have the answer for you. Horace Mann Investments and Insurance is the largest financial services company that is focused on helping America's educators and others who serve in their community achieve lifelong financial success. To set up an appointment, call Kyle Van Dyke at 218-236-6665 or email Kyle Van Dyke at horseman.com. Again, thank you to those. Some post-game things to look forward. So weird, but we got to call it post-game, pre-game, because we've got one more post-match, pre-match. We've got one more coming up after this as the Yellowjackets will take on the Bemidji Lumberjacks. We will stay on the same stream. We'll take a little break. We'll patronize those sponsors again, but we've got kind of an extended blood time out here. Nice job by all of these guys, and boy, has it been fun.
Got to give a shout out to longtime blood man John McEachran and athletic trainer Colton Lehman, doing a great job. Johnny on the spot when they're needed.
Exactly, and it looks like they're getting things patched up here. And again, this is one of those things that you talk about. Drez was on such fire. Does this break momentum? It's kind of like icing the kicker a little bit once in a while, Jesse, as we talk about another sport. But hopefully Drez can stay on. It looks like his confidence is pretty high right now.
Yeah, for sure. And Drez has been he's a veteran, even though he's not a senior or anything, but he's been on the mat. He's been 4th and 3rd at the section tournament in the past, so he's looking to, punch his ticket down to the state tournament this year, and he knows it starts today, and he knows what he has to do. So he's taking some deep breaths. He's been here before. Looking forward to another period and a half here. Yeah, and you take a look at, we talked about Thief River Falls last year and losing some really quality wrestlers. Same can be said about the Yellowjackets, and we know all too well, and anybody who's coached, every year you have that turnover and those guys that walk away, but the Yellowjackets are replacing or trying to replace Carson Byer, who had a tremendous run last year in the state tournament. Chandler Mickelson, a multi-time state entrant. Jackson Vetch, who was just a hammer at the top. Hudson Hackle, a multi-time, and Braylon Rock, a multi-time. And there's a lot of wins there to be to take over, but the Yellowjackets look like they're refueling. We were a little worried about them being bunched up at the upper weights. It looks like it's kind of pieced itself out for now anyways, and that's going to be really good for the Yellowjackets coming down the road. Yeah, I talked to Coach Vetch after the first couple days of practice and just said, hey, how are things going? And he just said, these guys work hard. He goes, they're young, but they work hard, and it's just a lot of fun when the work ethic is so high. You don't have to worry about that part. They're going to push themselves. You can accomplish so many other things from the technical side of things or the mental side of things when that work ethic is there. Yeah, we got to be about getting to that blood limit, but we would have stepped away if we thought it would take this long. But we can recap for you really quickly what happened. Beckham Bunkowski, early on in the stages, gets his first win by fall. That was brought to you by United Community Bank. Jackson Kugler came out of the mat against a really tough Lincoln Davis. He loses by tech fall 19-4. That was brought to you by KLN Family Brands. Then we had Bo Bush and Thomas Eidsmo. Thomas Eidsmo looked like he was on his way to a tech fall as well, but nice job by Bo Bush to find his way and get out of harm's way, and that was brought to you by Perham Health. And right now on the mat we have Dresden Wakescheid and Brian Berg back from blood timeout, brought to you by Bremer Bank. Drez is going to cut him loose. go on their feet where he was confident here. He's in on another shot.
I just worry about the firepower about Berg. If he gets one catch, Jesse, that's what scares me the most. But again, the Yellow Jacket coaching staff feels really confident about what Drez is doing, and I can see why.
Really nice chain wrestling here from Drez. Right into a deep half. He's got to settle in.
A lot of time. 55 seconds remain on your Otter Tail Power scoreboard. And we got blood time again. Well, I think as this blood time goes, we're gonna patronize one of those sponsors, and we'll be back at the 127-pound match after this message.
What sets the world's leading hospitals apart from the rest? It's their continued ability to deliver the highest quality patient care. Perham Health is honored to be a top 10 Minnesota hospital. Patients experience it, and Newsweek has recognized it. Even during the unpredictability of the pandemic, the nurses, doctors, and many others at Perham Health put their best foot forward. Thank you to everyone at Perham Health for continuing to provide the best patient care.
One of our core values at United Community Bank is reinvesting in the communities we serve. I personally take great pride in this, as I'm a fifth generation in our family here at United Community Bank. We've been here for over 100 years. We take a great sense of pride in sort of that reciprocal relationship we have with our community, that, you know, we need our community members and they need us, and we love giving back and reinvesting.
It's something new every day, some different stuff to do. It's not the same monotonous thing over and over again.
Everybody works together, everybody knows everybody, you know, we all get along just well. It's just a great company to work with.
It's like a big family here. It's just everybody gets along with everybody and everybody clicks. Everybody just helps everybody out. And it's a pretty awesome job to have.
Hey, it's Tucker again, did you know? EOT Insurance Agency.
Here we are back live at the Hive, blood timeout taken care of again. Coach John McEachran and Colton Lehman on point, trying to get this all cleaned up. 30 seconds remaining here in period number 2. Dresden Wegscheid up 15-10, and a wild one. And there's what we talked about, Jesse, what we didn't want to happen as Brian Berg comes around, sneaks around the backside. Dres got caught a little bit off balance, and just like that, with a 3-point takedown, it's 15-13.
Everything was good about that drag attempt, except for his feet stopped moving for just a split second, which allowed Berg to capitalize. But Dres to his feet, scoring a point at the end of the period. Still in a 16-13 lead here as we close out the second period.
Escape one again. We're at the end of period number 2, into period number 3, and this one might be who can withstand and stay at this pace, because this has been a high energy match. Dresden takes the down position again, right into a cradle type situation here for Berg.
Berg started the match here. Dres doing a good job controlling that arm. He's got to put 2 hands on that thing and stand up.
Dragging that arm over the top.
He's got to stay 2 hands on that thing, put it over his head. Stay on the hand as you come to your feet. Good job.
Dresden gets that escape, makes it 17-13. Again, a minute 30 remaining here on your Otter Tail Power scoreboard.
And here we are yet again with 20 points scored in a match, Lance.
Unbelievable that, again, the scoring that's happened tonight. Again, minute 12 here going. Again, Dres down in that single Berg trying to stretch him out. Again, I think Berg's just trying to get him stretched out, pull that leg out of there. We get a stalemate. 1 minute remaining here in the third period. And again, both of these wrestlers, if they're not exhausted after this, I'm not sure. I sure would be. So, again, Drez down in that low. I like how Drez is moving.
He's got to keep moving, keep moving.
Again, this is where you don't want to be against Thief River. A 3-point takedown there for Berg. And now it looks like we're going back to blood timeout again. So 17-16, the third blood timeout as we get going. Again, it's taken them a while here as we went through the blood the last time. So, again, we're probably going to take a little break. 17-16 in favor of Dresden Wagscheid. We'll be back. There's only 2 minutes remaining in the blood time. So we'll be back after a short message here.
McCall Construction is the Lakes area full-service construction management company, offering a truly personalized experience. From dream homes to commercial spaces, McCall Construction focuses on putting you first with experienced value engineering that delivers on your vision and surpasses your expectations. Whether you already have a plan or you're just getting started, give them a call. McCall Construction will make the entire process so much easier. Call them at 218-346-7070 or check them out on Facebook.
When you're running a business, you don't have time for doubt. You need a banking partner you can trust. One who is as invested in the success of your business as you are, and has all the products and services you need under one roof. At Bremer Bank, we're here to listen and learn, because you know your business best, and we'll back you up with insightful advice and personalized solutions that help you achieve your goals. Work with Bremer Bank, because understanding is everything.
Again, we're back here at the Hive. After the blood timeout, escape there by Drez. Actually, he was just let up by Berg. Berg showing a little bit more energy here, and he's definitely wanting to go upper body. So good job by Dresden. Little elevator type action, but Drez withholds and gets that 3-point takedown in. And again, don't let off the gas here, Drez, because this Brian Berg is dangerous.
Drez looking to tie up hands, tie up ankles, prevent any roll situation. Again, with all the near falls, with all the points, anything can happen here as we wind down. 10 seconds here. Drez looking content here to tie up everything and hold on for a victory.
Yeah, again, a nice job by Dresden to do that. Again, Brian Berg's going to be fun to watch, Jesse, throughout this time.
For sure. Both these teams have lineups plump full of young, very aggressive wrestlers, and it's only getting started between these two teams.
Well, we're all knotted up on the scoreboard. We're all knotted up heading into 133 pounds. So we have Peyton Trout out on the mat for the Yellowjackets. Damian Kazmierzak for the Thief River Falls. And we didn't see him in opening action. So again, looks like he's going to take the early 3-0 lead over Peyton Trout. Peyton Trout, an 8th grader for the Yellowjackets.
Peyton Trout, a young wrestler for the Jackets who made huge strides last year. I remember a lot of their home matches. He won some big matches for the Jackets, and looking forward to taking another step forward this year.
Didn't have any information on Kazmierzak, but here he's got a tight cradle in, he just pushing and looking for that right to pull him over, trying to get that shoulder blocked, but there he gets it free. Again, knee in the side, and this is a tight spot, but nice job of Trout turning into him. Let's see if he can do, and he does. He mule kicks out of there. 4-point near fall, and again, I'm either going to have to get glasses or we're going to have to figure out a way. I might have to bring binoculars to tell between 4 and 3, because he kind of gives us that, we get the parallel vision of it, and it's hard to tell if it's 4 or 3.
I know Brian Bakke, the trail official right now, has reffed a lot of matches at the state tournament, and he does a good job of spinning the hand so you can see from all angles. And
unfortunately, we're getting the other right now and as we're going. So, again, back to the task at hand. Young Peyton Trout, 8th grader, down 7-0. 20 seconds remain on our Otter Tail Power scoreboard. Peyton Trout had a lot of matches last year, Jesse, as a 7th grader. 48 to be. He was 21 and 27, finished 8th in the section. At 121 pounds. So, again, just like football coaches like to see, he's putting on a little size and up to 133 pounds this year.
Yeah, it wasn't too long ago when we had a 36-match maximum during the regular season. And, you know, if you think about it, if your team was successful and made it to the state tournament, then and you were an individual, then you could make your way up into that 40, 45 matches, but that was kind of unheard of for a long time.
Yeah, crazy how the match count has gone up, and that was one of the rules that changed years ago. We talked about the rule changes this year, and I like if this is what we're going to get to see. My voice might not be able to handle it, but boy, is it sure good for the sport of wrestling because it's wide open right now.
It's been a treat so far. Good job by Trout making his way to his feet and getting the point right at the edge.
You know, and I think Trout needed that escape, Jesse, just to build a little confidence. It was an early 7-0 downfall here, and Kesmesic is a long wrestler at 133 pounds. Again, Trout kind of tries a half shot there, and I don't think tonight's the night for half shots. The way these guys have attacked, I think it's all or nothing, and you got to go because with the length of Kesmesic, he's going to try to turn the corner here and get behind. Trout's doing a nice job of circling, but there's a good whip, and again, another takedown and a early, well, not early anymore, 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining in the second period, 10-1 lead for Damian Kesmesic from
the biggest thing in this match that I've noticed so far is Kesmesic, his feet don't stop moving. And I think right now his feet are moving a little more than Trout's are, and he's able to get those angles and get to where he needs to be. So I look for Trout as the year goes on, even as the match goes on, to get those feet going.
And again, you saw young Peyton Trout so much last year that you forget he was only a 7th grader last year. So 8th grader here this year. And again, when you start getting out of that 107 pound, 113 pound, 14 pound, you start to get to these weights, you start to get man muscle versus young man muscle, and that can be all the difference in the world as we go, and we have either a stalemate there or maybe potentially dangerous. 24 seconds remain, period number 2, 10-1 lead. Nice job of just trailing behind by Kesmesic, and one of the things that you mentioned, he's aggressive. Even if he's not wholeheartedly trying, he's moving enough that the officials watch, and there's where we're talking is he's burying it in and barring hard on those shoulders of young Mr. Peyton Trout.
Yeah, he's riding the leg really hard, doing a good job. Again, no points, but that ride is going to pay huge dividends here in the third period.
Kesmesic takes the down position.
See if Trout can get to one of his holds here. Right into a submarine tilt, almost had him going. Trout pretty confident on top. He looks like he wants to get to work here.
Boy, he looks way more confident right here and just knowing what his plan is and has Dad in his corner. Coach Kyle Trout right now kind of giving him some direction along with head coach Dave Vetch, and what a nice job they're doing along with Coach Aaron Lawrence, along with others. I know they've spent a lot of time in the wrestling room, and again, you've got to do that when you lose some stellar guys. You've got to refill in here, and then again, nice job by Peyton Trout with 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining.
You know, we talked about feet in the first couple periods. Peyton Trout's moving better in the top position than he has in either other position so far this match. So, you know, that tells me he's going for it. He's got a bar buried here. Looks like he's going to get some near fall if he can keep his hips on top. Ref's counting. 1 minute left in the third period here if he comes back up on top here.
That's going to be 4, but he hasn't let go. There he goes. He gives him the 4. I think they want him to cut and then play the game and try to get the takedown. He feels really confident. I'm almost with Peyton here. You felt so good on top. Get to your next move.
Oh, he's got it. Head's getting close to the knee here. 30 seconds left in the period. Peyton's got to create some action.
10-5. The only bad part about this is 4 is what you can get. So even if he turns him over, it's still 10-9. But you got to like the confidence this is going to build in Peyton Trout here as he's dominated on top here. And other teams are probably taking note, and this is what the scouting does early in these matches as time's running out with 5 seconds remaining.
For sure. It allows you to walk away feeling some confidence about what you're doing here. First 2 periods didn't go your way, but you went out and won the 3rd period, and that goes a long way, especially for a young wrestler.
Right, and that puts 3 more points up on the Otter Tail Power scoreboard for the Thief River Falls Prowlers. They're up 12-9, heading into 139 pounds. And again, you're going to hear youth again coming up, but that's the way it's going to be. So our 139-pound match is between Zane Wacker of Perham and Ian Jacobson from Thief River. It's brought to you by McCall Construction tonight. Again, for Zane Wacker, this is probably debut and a nice work
really
right away.
Job. Really nice job by Zane, kind of stonewalling that shot, throwing the leg over, staying patient, finding his way on top.
Takes that first takedown for a 3-0 lead, minute 30 into this first period. Ian Jacobson, a freshman as well, 18-24 last year, finished 8th in the section. Zane didn't have any information on him, so it might be his debut.
I think Zane might have filled in a couple times last year.
I think he did last year. I think you're right.
But again, 2 freshmen here going at it, 139 pounds. Both finding their way. Again, the aggressive man has kind of prevailed as we've gone through here these first 2 matches, and I don't see this match going any other way either.
No one here. We're nothing awarded yet, but I have a feeling a reversal's coming and maybe back points. There's the reversal. And now we're getting back points, and this is tight too, Jesse.
Yeah, it's a tough spot here for Zane. Jacobson's able to post his head on the mat, so it's tough to find any way out of here. 30 seconds left. Seems like short time, but when you're on your back, it can be an eternity. Yep. Zane doing a good job posting the elbow. He's kind of working. Seemed like he was working his one arm to daylight there, but.
And that's a big fall brought to you by Horace Mann Insurance and Investments. And again, Zane looked like he had things going his way. That's the unfortunate part of being a wrestler, is it can turn in the drop of a hat, and it just did there for Zane.
Yeah, sometimes, he seemed like he was in a good spot working his way off his back, but again, that's our angle up here and not the angle of the referee slapping the mat. So
right, and you have one of the best down there in Brian Bakke, and again, we're heading into the 145-pound match between Johnny Ramos, returning off of almost an incredible section tournament, Jesse, where he came out of almost nowhere, made it to the state tournament, and again, that sometimes brings that confidence. Now heading into his junior season, he's going to face Tristan Ruby, an 8th grader, and this is one tall, lanky 8th grader. So again, the youth continues to come out for Thief River Falls, and you never know what you're going to get when you throw youth out in the mat. Nice shot there, but met nicely by Ruby and reshot.
Yeah, Johnny's figuring out that, hey, this 8th grader's for real here. He stood in there, kind of worked off a shot. Johnny doing a good job mixing things up. He's made some adjustments here. It seemed like inside shot, mid shot, now an outside shot for the takedown. So that's kind of the veteran wrestler in Johnny, finding that opening, getting to work.
Yeah, I like how he went to that low ankle on there, but this Ruby kid just does not back away. He turns into it, Jesse, and he's looking to get out and maybe get his own points. And sometimes that length is just, you can't account for how long somebody is, and their reach is just incredible, and he gets the escape. 3-1, 45 seconds remaining here on your scoreboard, brought to you tonight by Otter Tail Power.
Johnny to that outside single again, doing a really nice job. taking that length out of account when you're sweeping to that outside. Again, just kind of a veteran adjustment from Johnny. Nice catch cradle right here at the end of the period. It is tight. Johnny's got to end up on top here to not give up any points. Should be a 4 near fall, I would imagine.
Looks like he's holding it yet. There he awards it. So again, 10-1 lead going in for Johnny. I almost thought he was going to give up kind of that cheap escape point and then kind of realize the time situation. Johnny goes neutral to start this, so both men will be on their feet.
Again, I don't know if it's a scoring change or what, but 12 points in the first period here again from another match. So it's awesome to award offensive wrestling.
I think I lied to you because I think what they did was Ruby took the down position. Here's a throw by Johnny, and they allowed the escape. Johnny's going to get the points here, and he's got 4 held down, and he's looking for more.
This is probably one of the toughest spots when you got a really lanky wrestler who knows hip placement really well. You'd think, man, how can you not get their shoulders down? But there's a lot of leverage with, knowing where to put your hips. You can see Ruby working his way to his stomach there.
Again, nice job there. Just a great job, and I thought Ruby did a nice job. But again, nice job by Johnny Ramos. Maybe not exactly what he wanted. I think he was probably going, but at this point, what a nice match to open up the season for Ramos. And he gets a good win for the Yellowjackets, making the score 18-14 on that Tech Full. Okay, we're heading into the 152-pound match. Brody Wacker, again, a twin of Zane Wacker, so the Wacker boys both on the mat tonight, and Brody at 152 pounds. He's taking on Elias Mata from Thief River. This is brought to you by Jack Shivers Realty.
Yeah, fun to see an 8th grader and a freshman out here again. It seems like we're getting younger as the weights go up, but again, both these teams replacing a lot of senior leadership, so it's fun for these guys to get their opportunities.
Yeah, again, these are the type of matches that I think you almost have to call toss-up because we just don't know enough about either wrestler that I think for both of these teams, these are the ones that they want or feel like they need to get. And so sometimes you look at some of the key matchups like we're thinking might come up in later matches, but these become the more important ones as they're all tied up in this one.
Man, here we are in a situation. Brody with a good deep shot, but Mata hanging in there, knowing leverage, keeping his head high, and coming out on top for the takedown.
And I would say we were thoroughly impressed with Mata last year as a 7th grader. Elias Mata was 14-13, came in and got 3rd place, was 1 place away from going to the state tournament. And again, you can see why he's just dominant. Quick shout out, Jesse, to a student from both of ours that I hear's watching us. So Paisley Rooney, a little shout out to you here watching wrestling tonight. Thanks, Paisley, for checking in.
Thanks, Paise. Mata doing a good job here in an armbar situation. Brody trying to fight it the best he can. 20 seconds left in the period.
Again, like you said, it's the longest 30 seconds in sport right here when you're looking at the lights. And again, nice job of fighting here. And Mata's one tough hombre, and he's going to do some damage. And this is pretty tight with 5 seconds remaining.
Brody fighting here, 2-1.
And again, he survived. And again, you got to give all the credit there. Some more near fall points going in, 4 more. So Mata leads 7-0 going into period number 2. He takes the down position.
You see the Perm crowd come to their feet at the end of that period for Brody because they know, it may not make the difference tonight in December, but when you get into February and March, that 1 or 2 bonus points could make a world of difference in this duel later on.
And again, there's so many small victories in wrestling, Jesse, and sometimes you talk about, nice tilt almost move there by Whacker. Sometimes it's those moral victories of not giving up a pin or not giving up that bonus point. And that's what I kind of love about the wrestling crowd. They get that.
Absolutely.
They get that sometimes the W isn't because you have the most points on the scoreboard. It's for what you did for the team.
Yeah, and I've seen all the coaches tonight, Coach Vetch, Coach Geiser, and Coach Skarek getting their bench up off their feet when a guy ends the period without getting pinned or things like that because, again, down the road it makes a difference. Back on their feet here with about a minute left in the second period. See if Brody can get into one of his shots again here.
And again, that 8-0 lead isn't insurmountable now with rule changes. Great drop down there by Mata. He takes 11-0 lead. So just like that, with that 3-point takedown, man, things spread out wisely. And now you've got to think Mata's looking at team score. He's got that major. He's looking for more. He's looking for that tech fall or that pin to get some more bonus points for his team. 35 seconds remain. Hooks up that cradle, drags Whacker to his back. He's going to have 4 more locked up here for sure. That will take you. So he's got to pin him here. And again, that's a new rule change. If Brody can show any signs of getting out of this, it should just go to the tech fall, and there's what happens. So again, we knew Mata was a tough customer. He proves it again there with tech fall. And again, stretching this lead, but the Yellow Jackets should be coming up to some of their bell cows, so to speak, and we're hoping that the Yellow Jackets can make a nice run here, but it's been a good one so far for Thief River, and I've been ultimately impressed. 160-pound match between Carson Zeise for Perham, Landon Larson for Thief River is brought to you by Lakes Ace Hardware.
I think we're in store for another good one here. In my mind, I was thinking of this matchup last match, just knowing the Perm lineup, knowing Carson Zeise. There's not many people in the room who can outwork Zeise, so it's going to be a fun 6 minutes.
Yeah, Larson finished 8th in the section last year. I didn't get a record for him. Zeise finished 5th, 19-14. Zeise was at 160 pounds last year, back at 160 pounds this year. Deep in, this is going to be one of those scramble situations again. Who can hang on to the leg? Zeise's got high head. You've mentioned that a couple times, but here comes.
In this spot, Zeise doing a good job stepping over. Now he can attack the head, go for a crossface. Really nice job.
Nice job by Zeise taking the early 3-0 lead. Minute to go in the first period. Again, we'd like to thank our sponsors. It's hard to show the commercials when you're in a wrestling match. We'll do that and honor them in between. We've got one more coming up as Escape happens here. We've got one more for Larson. We've got one more coming up after this per Bemidji. It should be fun. I would imagine JV matches will be close to be done. The lights might go down. You get kind of a different feel, almost like a home duel. Again, for the Yellow Jackets, opening night here. And again, they're wrestling really well under the tutelage of Dave Vetch and his staff. Kyle Trout, a longtime assistant. Aaron Lawrence, former wrestler for the Yellow Jackets. And we've got multiple JV coaches, Coach Kevin Felt and others working over here in the JV matches, as we've got a lot of wrestling going on right now, Jesse.
Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, the sport of wrestling, I think, is flourishing. You look all the way to the college level, the Olympic level. It's being televised more. I would say, social media has helped that, but the sport of wrestling is in a good place right now.
And we're honored to bring you this triangular on the 549 Media Network. And again, because of all the sponsors, we're able to bring you this free. So please patronize them as you can. And again, we're going into second period. Zeise takes the down position.
As
3-1.
As we go here, I look for Zeise to keep moving his feet. When he moves his feet, he's dangerous. We've talked about that a lot tonight in different matches, but there's a lot to be said about it, especially when guys get tired. The better you can move, the quicker you can move, opens up lanes and opportunities for you.
Zeise stands up. Nice mat return there by Landon Larson. So we've seen some really good mat returns tonight too, Jesse, but we've I've been ultimately impressed with the mat wrestling that's been going on. Escape by Zize.
Yeah, so many technical things that you wouldn't expect on night one, but it just is a tip of the cap to all these programs for, having your guys ready in December, which is awesome just to see. So,
body lock there by Larson, and
really nice job by both wrestlers there, battling all the way to the edge. Again, no free points anywhere.
No, and I think Zize, what he did was he didn't let his hips settle on the mat. He bounced off the mat, slid, and got out of harm's way, because that could have easily been a multi-point, and then a nice takedown there by Zize.
Yeah, really nice. Baited him in, got him leaning, level change, got behind him. I'd love to see Zize on top, get off his knees a little bit, and put a little more pressure as we go.
This should be an escape here, and it is for Larson. We have 58 seconds remaining here on your Otter Tail Power scoreboard. 7-2 lead for Zize, and the Yellow Jackets need it. They're down 23-14 on the team score. Have some heavy hitters coming back up here as we get going, and again, it'll be fun to watch some of these young wrestlers that aren't so young in mat sense take to action here.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun along the way. Again, another sophomore out here. We haven't been getting much older, but again, a lot of fun to see these young guys battling. Shot, reshot here. Kind of the same situation we started the match in. Carson's got to keep climbing here to get that 3-point takedown.
He got it. Takes a 10-2 lead, and I kind of remissed. I should have talked about Johnny Ramos, rated number 7th. Sometimes getting that trip to the state tournament with that early, but boy, is that a feather in your cap, and sometimes that's all the confidence you need. Ranked number 7th by the Guillotine at 145 pounds.
Yeah, Johnny, the last couple of years has really put it together in the section tournament, beating some really quality opponents to, find his way high on that podium. And, I don't think he's a guy anybody wants to wrestle at the end of the year.
No, and we know this, and those of you who've watched Johnny wrestle, it's a motor that just keeps on going. And you can say the same thing here about Carson Zize. Again, it's one of those things here. I don't think you want to get in and lock up with these Thief River guys. It seems like they're ready to go upper body at any time. They're more comfortable that than when you get to their legs. So, again, nice job by just muscling here by Zize.
Zize's got to find a way to keep circling and go forward. I know Coach Geiser's putting the pressure on a little bit for stalling, but the best way to avoid a stall call is a double leg takedown. So good job by Carson.
Up 13-2 right now. So again, he's got that major in his hands here, probably looking for more at this point. And again, it might be where you got to cut if you don't get it. I would say by a minute here, you might have to release, and that's what happens. Larson gets the escape. It should be 13-3, so 10-point lead. And again, we got our first stall.
Now in this situation, where Larson's going to be going upper body, going to be putting a lot of pressure on. Staying below the waist just like that is a great way to avoid any of those throw situations.
And now if you're the Yellow Jackets, I'm sure you're almost to the point of cutting, and here you go, trying to manufacture those extra points, as now it's a 12-point. Next takedown would be that technical fall, which would give you 5 points on the scoreboard and really shrink this lead that the Thief River Falls Prowlers have. But again, nice job, and again, Zize in there. It's over because there's no chance to pin with that takedown. It looked like Larson ran out of gas a bit. Good job by Zize. Shrinks that lead to 23-19 in favor of the Prowlers, and the Yellow Jackets, I believe, will be bringing out Tegan Detloff. Detloff, the other ranked wrestler for the Yellow Jackets. Seems like we've called his name forever, just a sophomore. He's rated 5th by the Guillotine. Last year, Tegan Detloff wrestled at 139 pounds, finished 2nd in the section, 39-10 record. And he will be wrestling. I didn't catch it. Did you, Jesse?
I did not initially.
I've been doing a better job of listening, but
I think it's Johnson, but I'm not positive.
And a quick takedown nonetheless by Detloff. And again, we apologize for that. I should have listened better. 172-pound match is Tegan Detloff. We believe it's Brennan Johnson. We'll find out for sure. Jesse's finding confirmation. Is brought to you by New Horizons Realty.
You got to love watching Tegan because there's one place in the shifter that Tegan doesn't go, and that's in reverse. He's always going forward. There's a motor there that, can't be matched very often, and he just continues to try to score points. And you look at the new scoring system for an offensive wrestler like Tegan is going to be just awesome.
Right, and I looked down to write one thing down and trying to figure out who his opponent was, and I looked up and it was 10-1 or something like that, and I'm like, did I miss something or did they not reset the scoreboard? And here's Tegan Detloff, and I probably think no better way for Tegan to give his mom a birthday present than to get a nice win here for the Yellowjackets. So happy birthday to Tammy Detloff today.
Yes, happy birthday, Tammy. Tegan working on top here, seeing if he can get something going.
He's got a nice arm bar in there. Again, taking his time. You've kind of mentioned that as being a key to this, and he's getting back points already. Nice job.
I believe it was 2.
I thought I saw 3 in the 2. You are correct.
Ooh, that's tight. Tight cradle for Tegan. Looks like he's got him here. There it is.
There it is. Another Horace Mann pin for the win by Tegan Detloff. And again, erases that deficit completely now. The Yellowjackets climb back on top, 25-23, heading into 189 pounds. So 3 weight classes to go against Thief River. We'll have a little break. We'll honor and patronize our sponsors again, and then we'll get right back to it for our nightcap with Perham versus Bemidji. Tristan Larson on the mat for the Yellowjackets, and I believe Hunter Miller on for Thief River Falls is the matchup here.
Now, we talked about offense, we talked about physicality, and those are the first 2 things that come to mind when I think of Tristan Larson. I mean, he's on the prowl, going all the time, looking to try to pin his opponent as fast as he can. Very explosive. I look for him to try to score a lot of points tonight.
Right, nice job here by him to getting a early takedown, does a nice roll off the mat. They get a restart at the center of the mat. Again, we're looking at maybe going neutral and playing the takedown game, and that's exactly what happens. Coach Vetch came out, told him, let him go. If this is Hunter Miller, he's a freshman. And again, that would be, again, what we're looking at, headlock put in here, but I think Tristan's going to just sit out. Okay, he's got it in pretty tight. He's horsing that over, but Tristan's doing a nice job of holding, and he ends up getting the takedown. So nice job by Larson, not panicking. You've talked about that before too, Jesse, how sometimes you react too fast, and then it allows that move to happen.
And Tristan looks like a long, lanky wrestler, but, his physique doesn't always show how truly strong he is. He's definitely a weight room guy. You can see in some of those positions where he just kind of muscles his way out of harm's way and, continues to put pressure.
Right, and again for the Yellowjackets, this is the kind of the place where Bemidji moved ahead a little bit too. So again, that'll be one of those areas that the Thief River Falls Prowlers are going to look at. But I don't know, Jesse, I don't know about you, and I probably shouldn't be this honest, but I really wasn't expecting this out of the Prowlers tonight, where they came in and really kind of gave it to Bemidji Lumberjacks early on, and really have battled the Yellowjackets, tried and true. And I don't know that this is a team you want to see come tournament time. I know it's really, really early, but they're really, really young, and under the tutelage of Kenny Geiser, they're only going to get better.
Yeah, they're never a team you want to see in February. I mean, they historically have wrestled their best, their best at the end of the year, and what more could you ask for as a coach? So, all these programs are preparing for later on, but you got to start somewhere, and what better way to start than here at the Hive?
Larson's choice, he takes neutral, which isn't surprising to me. He's been really good on his feet here, and again, he's up 6-1. We're just starting period number 2. The scoreboard shows the Yellowjackets up 25-23. And what a great opening night of wrestling. And the best part about this whole thing, Jesse, is JV is still wrestling over here, which tells you have 3 programs that are really up there, because usually it's long past the JV portion of this. So good job. While we were talking about that, Tristan Larson with another takedown. His third of the night, leads 9-1 with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining here on your Otter Tail Power scoreboard.
Yeah, all 3 of these programs have done a great job all the way up from their elementary, their youth, all the way up to their varsity. Full benches for the JV, each of their matches, and again, they're still wrestling as we are right now. So it's fun. It's definitely, all 3 of these programs take a big focus on entering tournaments that help their younger levels, their JVs, their freshmen, their 7th and 8th graders, and that pays huge dividends when they get up here on the varsity mat.
Yeah, you think back to some of the tournaments you go to. St. Michael allows for full JV. Sertoma allows for full JV down to junior high. Those are the things that I think have been built this program, that kids, they don't want to go in the wrestling room every night. They want to have an opportunity to wrestle. And sometimes when you just have a duel, you have 4 or 5 JV matches and you have 20 kids sitting there. That's not, so entering these tournaments allow these kids to get a lot of mat time and ultimately get better.
Absolutely, and there's so many things you can accomplish in the room, but it doesn't come close to what the mat experience will give you, and just the situational wrestling that you can't always get inside the walls of your room.
Right, and here we're at a stalemate with 6 seconds. Usually something like that doesn't happen that often, but here we are, 6 seconds remaining. Period number 2. Larson's still up 9-1. You don't want to take anything. We've talked about different things during Tristan Larson's match, but it's been one of those that he got that early lead, and now we've kind of been at a stalemate, and we're going to head into period number 3. Larson up 9-1. Again, you would imagine a nice choice there by Hunter Miller. He takes the down position, which Larson's been feeling very confident on top, so kind of like giving him that free point makes it 9-2. We start on our feet in period number 3. Larson definitely looking for his 4th takedown of the night.
I know Miller presented some issues for the Bemidji wrestler last match with some, rolls when you get off your base a little bit, where this is where Tristan needs to get a good takedown here, stay out of harm's way, or just go for a body lock.
And there's the problem when you just, and here Miller's going to come over the top. He's got the takedown. That's 3. He's going to have some near fall points.
I think the ref's holding 2. That's where you got to be a little careful in those situations and just know what he wants and know what you need to do to win the match.
So he definitely gets the takedown. 2 more, we believe, will make it 9-7 and an escape, and now there's life, and here comes a roll and a throw, and now we're at a fight almost here. So here we go. We got to wrestle smart. 10-7 lead going into this. Miller did a nice job, Jesse, of battling through that. And now you got to not be too aggressive if you're Tristan, because he wants to throw. And when throwers like when you push into you and you allow them to have that opportunity.
I know Coach Mosier over here to my right used to just hammer this into our heads in this situation, below the knee. They can't throw you when you're below the knee. So work those low shots. In this situation, I'd love to see Tristan bounce him a few times and get a quick goal behind for a cheap 3. Goes to a leg, gets to a good takedown to kind of put the stamp on it.
Good technical wrestling there, gives him a 13-7 lead, 25 seconds remaining. Nice job by Tristan regaining composure there, going back to what worked for him early, getting that good takedown, now looking for a tilt action. Just be careful, because sometimes you sit out of that tilt and you find yourself getting that arm hooked, and now you're giving up back points.
Yep, we just can't let our hips get lazy in some of those spots. Tristan did a good job of firing his hips, popping them off the mat, and ending the match on top.
13-7 win, puts 3 more points on the scoreboard, makes it 28-23. So decision by Tristan Larson, 13-7. Takes us to the 215-pound matchup. I got papers rolling all over the place here, so we'll hopefully get all of this. Logan Gook coming out for the Yellowjackets, and I believe it was Chandler Preem before for Thief River. We'll get confirmation here shortly.
Jaden Lee.
Jaden Lee and Gook goes right into a throw and a pin. So we couldn't even get names hardly. Fall for Gook is going to probably seal that up for the Yellowjackets, and it does. Makes it 34-23. Nice quick fall there for Logan Gook, who was 9-13 last year. Definitely spent some time bulking up and working hard, and a nice job for him coming through. Jaden Lee was a senior, again getting some match time, and we're off to the heavyweight. That was a pin for the win by Horace Mann. That match was brought to you by Hanson's Plumbing and Heating. The prior one, the Tristan Larson, was brought to you by Nias Family Sales. We're off to 285 pounds. We have Cash Burke from Perham, and Joey Bruggeman from Thief River Falls is brought to you by the Perham Area Community Center.
Cash Burke doing a good job fighting off the initial headlock attempt. He's got an arm behind him here, settling in, doing a good job working him over. Cash has got to be a little careful with his shorter physique. You're kind of prone to that very situation right there where you get rolled a little bit, but Cash settling in. He reset a little bit, and I think that's going to be all she wrote.
Quick one there by Cash Burke. Another fall brought to you by Horace Mann as the pin for the win. Makes our final score 40-23, and I think that's one of them, Jesse, that we can say the scoreboard at the end does not represent what that match was. So it's quick 12 quick points at the end really made it look more lopsided than what it was.
Yeah, it was a battle from the very beginning. You know, kind of what we expected after seeing Thief in the Bemidji match. I mean, tonight you kind of talked about it. Thief River was the surprise of the evening, and they showed up ready to wrestle. Again, they didn't win a match tonight duel-wise, but two very good performances against some quality programs.
Yeah, excellent work. We're going to go to a commercial break here. We'll come back with the wrestler of the match. We'll set up what we're going to do against Bemidji. We'll have a little bit of time, so stick with us. Same stream. We'll be back here shortly after a few messages.
Energy-efficient technologies have the power to connect us all, so we can save more than ever before. Evolve. And make choices that are smart. For you. For them. And for all of us. Because with energy-efficient technologies, we can connect to a better, smarter home.
Yes, garbage is gross, but here at Steve's Sanitation, we are your trash experts with experience to back it up. At Steve's Sanitation, we know how to schedule your trash pickups without missing a beat, and we have been doing it for over 30 years in Perham and the Lakes area. Steve's Sanitation has been voted the best garbage service in the Lakes area since 2019. With 30 dedicated employees, we're here to take care of your trash. For more information, call us at 218-346-4834 or visit our website at stevesanitation.com.
At the Perham Area Community Center, we have something for everyone. Let us help you reach your fitness goals, connect with others, or just have a little fun. We offer a state-of-the-art weight room, weight resistance and cardio machines, and inspiring spin studio. If walking is your preference, our walking track is just the thing for you. We have over 20 fitness classes offered weekly. Yoga, Zabit, Strength, and Senior Fit, those are just a few. Our aquatic center is equipped with a 6-lane lap pool, kiddie pool, and water slide. Adults can relax in the sauna and hot tub. We also offer water fitness classes and open swim for the family. Find your fit at the Pack. We'd love to have you here.
Hanson's Plumbing and Heating provides the highest quality products and services to ensure the comfort and safety of all their customers. It's what they do. Henry Hanson, later known as Hardware Hank, first opened the family hardware store in the early 1930s in Burgess, Minnesota. Today, they are proud to carry on his legacy of hard work and honesty through teamwork, fellowship, cutting-edge technology, and forward thinking. 218-346-2422 or make a visit in Perham, Fergus, or Detroit Lakes today. Hansen's Plumbing and Heating, proudly serving Minnesota families for over 80 years.
Welcome back to the Hive. We're just wrapping up the second of 3 in the triangular tonight as the Perham Yellowjackets defeated the Thief River Falls Prowlers 40-23. Again, we won't give you a long recap because it's kind of the post-match, pre-match type thing altogether. But again, if you're just tuning in with us, that was a close match, and 2 back-to-back pins by the Yellowjackets kind of sealed the deal. It was 28-23 going into the 189-pound match. So we just got a few things we need to wrap up for this one. The first one that I need to wrap up is Steve Sanitation, wrestler of the match, and both Coach Jesse Hine and myself, we chose the young 107-pound Beckham Bunkowski, making his debut with the Yellowjackets. Not only came out and got a victory, he got a victory by fall, and it just ignited the spark for the Yellowjackets. So great job and congratulations to Beckham Bunkowski on his initial win for the Yellowjackets. So here's what's going to happen. Bemidji State's back on the mat. They're warming up as we get going. Yellowjackets kind of gathering themselves, coaching staff talking a little bit. We're getting set up. The captains are coming. So we'll be back here in a few minutes, and we'll get kicked off with the Bemidji versus Perham Yellowjackets end of the triangular matchup.
At Nias Family Sales, our experienced mechanics are here to provide exceptional service in a timely manner. With 10 service bays, the service department at Nias Family Sales can work on all makes and models. Our experienced mechanics can do everything from oil changes, tire repairs, brake service, engine and transmission repair, and much more. Schedule your vehicle today. Call 218-346-5976 or visit the Nias Family Sales Service Center at 610 East Main Street in Perham.
New Horizons Realty is a full-service real estate company who has been helping buyers and sellers in Lakes Country for over 25 years. They understand the local market conditions because they are from here, live here, and have lifelong careers in real estate. Get a free estimate with an experienced, local, laid-back, and friendly agent that's a part of a team you can trust and will go to work for you. Visit permrealestate.com or call 218-346-7767 to speak with Chad and his dedicated team at New Horizons Realty in Perm.
Odds are there's an ace right in your neighborhood. With expert advice and the right tools to make your quick fixes even quicker. Around the block, what you need in stock, with people who know their stuff. Welcome to the Home Convenience Store.
Hi, this is Mallory Stotterell
and Erica Saylor from Lakes Ace Hardware.
You can expect expert help for your next project at Lakes Ace Hardware,
right here in downtown Perham.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
It's not necessary to build your business in Perham, Minnesota to be successful. But it sure does help. Hammers Construction. Your vision, our team.
Welcome back to the Hive. We're kicking it off faster than we thought we would into the triangular, so have us scrambling just a little bit here. Beckham Bunkowski comes back out on the mat, the 7th grader, off of his big pinfall win against Owen Hanks. Owen Hanks suffered a defeat in the first match. He was coming in seated, and we're in a roll position here. Hanks looking like trying to come out on top, but the length of Beckham Bunkowski, I think they're going to award him nothing. I thought they didn't give him the look, and the leg was free, I believe.
I'd love to see the challenge brick thrown on that one, but we haven't quite made it there in high school wrestling yet.
It'd be a long throw from us up here, Jesse. Again, a nice start by Bunkowski. Again, probably not the start that was wanted here by Hanks, as he came off of a 21-27 last year. Was 8th in the section, but must have shown enough, and now we've got a little maybe injury timeout, and we'll take that injury timeout as they're going to bring the trainer out to look at Mr. Bunkowski.
Since 1980, more families have trusted Jack Chivers Realty than anyone else in the Lakes area. I'm Blake Olson, the owner of Jack Chivers Realty. Our dedicated agents have a deep understanding of the area.
We live here, and our kids go to school here. Let us find the perfect home for you and your family, or lean on our knowledge and marketing to sell your home. Find out how Chivers delivers right here in Perham. Reach out today and start packing. JackChiversRealty.com.
What sets the world's leading hospitals apart from the rest? It's their continued ability to deliver the highest quality patient care. Perham Health is honored to be a top 10 Minnesota hospital. Patients experience it, and Newsweek has recognized it. Even during the unpredictability of the pandemic, the nurses, doctors, and many others at Perham Health put their best foot forward. Thank you to everyone at Perham Health for continuing to provide the best patient care.
It's something new every day, some different stuff to do. It's not the same monotonous thing over and over again.
Everybody works together, everybody knows everybody, you know, we all get along just well. It's just a great company to work with.
It's like a big family here. It's just everybody gets along with everybody, and everybody clicks. Everybody just helps everybody out. And it's a pretty awesome job to have.
Okay, we're back here live at the Hive. Beckham Bunkowski, minute 11 on the clock. The takedown was awarded to Hanks there, so he'll take the bottom position as we come back. Good to see Beckham shake it off, whatever it was. Hanks tries a little roll through and working really hard, and Beckham's length has really posed a problem for both of these 107-pounders, Jesse.
Yeah, definitely. When you get in these smaller weight classes, you don't think about that often, but you know, just that little bit extra length, a little harder to tip over, a little harder to finish a shot. But Hank's doing a good job on top, kind of controlling everything.
You talked about you thought Hanks may come out with a little bit more vigor after losing that first one. Again, you just don't know how it is, and Beckham's definitely coming off and just about got stacked up there, but coming off a very emotional win. So sometimes that bleeds over into the next match, and sometimes it's kind of that you take a deep breath and go, well, there, I got the first one under my belt. And again, I hope that injury doesn't take the wind out of his sails.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be moments like this for Beckham that are learning experiences for him through the year. There's going to be things that go well, things that don't, and that's just part of wrestling, whether you're a 7th grader or a senior.
Yeah, it's been a great night of wrestling, and you can see Beckham still kind of holding that midsection. So something not feeling quite right here. Again, it looks like we're going to go neutral. Again, Hanks coming through, and again, Hanks is rated number 7 in the state, which is kind of interesting, being 21 and 27 last year. But like you said, must have shown something to the voters that got him to the point that he is here. And you can see that he's a physical kid, and he takes that next 3-point takedown here and has Beckham all tied up.
You know, in those two situations they've been in so far, I think Hanks has shown kind of his veteranism, if you will, just knowing where to put your hips, knowing where to put Beckham in a little bit of danger, which caused him to sprawl and gave Hanks the opportunity to get the takedown.
Yeah, thank you for tuning in here live on the 549 Media Network. Again, I'm Lance Rock. We didn't even introduce ourselves if you're just tuning in for this third match of the Triangular. I'm joined alongside by Jesse Hine, Jason Groth doing all of the work for us tonight and making this thing go as smooth as can be for two of us amateurs trying to call this, but what a great night of wrestling. Started out with Bemidji beating Thief River Falls, then Perham also beating Thief River Falls, but I don't think if you're a Thief River Falls fan, you're walking away from tonight going, all is lost. I think you're pretty excited about what you saw out of your young team, and they're going to be dangerous as there's another near fall, and now Hanks is in that major decision here as he gets 2 near fall points. So again, we're on the last of the 3 of the triangular. If you've joined us the whole way, thank you for doing that, and thanks again to our sponsors for what they have given and allowed us to do tonight on this 549 Media Network.
You know, this match is a prime example of why wrestling is so unique and how matchups mean everything, because you look at Hanks going out the first match against Thief River Falls, dominating the first 2 periods, okay? And then the Thief River Falls wrestler comes back and beats him, and then Beckham goes out and handles the Thief River Falls wrestler, and now Hanks has found some things to work against Beckham, and that's just how the sport of wrestling goes, and look for Beckham this 3rd period here to find something to give him an advantage.
That's probably one of the most asked questions to me of people who don't follow wrestling as much is, how did you not win that one? The other team, it's all about matchups, and if your guy doesn't match up well with another team, all of a sudden that's a 12-point swing. We saw that in the opening one, and now we're seeing it here that it's just who matches up well against who, and you never know what that's going to be till you wrestle.
Absolutely, and you never know till the final buzzer goes off.
Some interesting things. We come back live to you on Thursday night. Jason Groth on the call. I'll be alongside him along the way. We're going to have boys and girls doubleheader that night starting at about 5:45. We'll pregame show and then tip off with the girls game first. We'll have one stream for this. We'll tip off with the girls game at 6 o'clock, followed by the boys game. We'll do just what we're doing here. So live on one stream, you get 2 for the price of 1, which is free, you can't be any better than that. Again, and we look forward to you joining us that night and watching some of the scores closely. Perham up on Hawley in the girls game early, 16-8, but looking at Pelican Rapids beating Breckenridge, who also beat Perham in the opening night, so we could be in to watch some pretty good basketball on Thursday night here, and Beckham gives up the escape, now gives up the takedown. Now we're looking for some serious bonus points here, Jesse.
Yeah, Hanks kind of seems to be comfortable right now, and he's kind of firing on all cylinders. Beckham doing a good job fighting some things off, fighting out of a situation where he could have went to his back, but along the way, fighting to his feet, look for him to clear his hips here and get the escape.
Nice battle by Beckham there. Sometimes when you get to this point where you're under a minute to go in the 3rd period, you start to go, man, woe is me. I don't see that out of Beckham. As a nice shot and
right
a single over
again.
The top, trying to go to a leg pass here is Hanks. Again, this is an interesting spot to be. Beckham's in a good spot right now.
Does a good job, yeah, flipping his hips, ending up on top.
Gets the takedown, now 12-4, so another point wipes off a team point, which we've seen what team points can be here. He releases Hanks, so gets the escape, so now 13-4, 9. He looks like he has the energy, but elevator action there by Hanks. 18 seconds remain.
Beckham working hard, coming out the back. See, this is the position that he's been in a couple times, and last time he came out the back just like he's working to do right now. Really good adjustment.
4
One
seconds.
last little hip pop here at the end of the buzzer. See if he can get it.
That's it, and had so close to not winning, but here's what we talked about. How important is that 1 point or 2 points? So a major decision, 13-4 for Hanks. Nice job, though, battling by Beckham Bunkowski.
Yeah, it was nice to see the adjustment into that deep shot that he made in the 3rd period. Scored on the 1, almost scored at the end. But again, that's the growth you talk about with a 7th grader.
Yeah, and again, you're going to ride that wave as a 7th grader. We've all seen it happen of things go well, and sometimes they don't go as well. But one thing you can do is the battle. $113 match now underway. Keaton Glenn on the mat for the Bemidji Lumberjacks. Jackson Kugler on the match for the Perham Yellowjackets. This one brought to you by KLN Family Brands. quick 3-point takedown for Glenn.
Glenn getting right to work on top, working a crossface cradle. Looks like he's got it locked, but kind of rushed it over there. Jackson almost was able to roll out of it, but
back swipes happening right here and tight, and they're kind of taking a look at it. Both officials. One thing I've always appreciated about Brian Bakke, he is right in the action, and you can't ask for more than that. The call's right or wrong, he has the best view in the house.
Absolutely. Now there's one of the new rules again. Even though he's got a pinning combination, looked like there was pressure to the neck, and they're going to instantly stop that regardless of situation.
4-point near fall was awarded with a minute remaining here. Kugler turns back into this in a nice position if he can kind of get his head out of there.
He's got to keep working his hips up, not allowing Glenn to recover. There he steps over the top. Nicely done.
Gets that reversal, so nice job by Jackson Kugler, and that's growth you're seeing right there. He probably wouldn't have done that in his very first match.
Glenn doing a nice sit out. He's trapped the head on this one. This is a tough spot for Kugler, but he works back out. Gives up one here, maybe. Oh, he's back in on it. No points here.
Sometimes you wish you'd give the one because you almost think two is coming, but he's holding on for dear life right here.
Jackson's got those farmer strong hands that he's trying to hold on with here. Kind of a weird back point situation. If Kugler can end up reversing that half and settle in, should be back points.
8 seconds remaining in this period.
Referee holding 4. See if he can settle in. That's tight.
2, 1.
Wow.
Boy, that was close. So 7-6 lead for Glenn yet after he looked dominant to start. And that's where we're talking. These new rules, new point system, Jesse. You get one big move, and all of a sudden you're right back in a match that you weren't in 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, you know, that situation alone presented an almost reversal, almost escape to no points to 4 back points for Kugler. You know, that's a 6-7 point swing in the grand scheme of things in the match. So referees trying to sort out points here. I'm not sure.
I think it's right because you had a reversal for 2, near fall for 4 was 6 for Kugler. Keaton Glenn had a takedown and near fall for 4 should be 7. So in my math, it should be 7-6 yet. But again, I'm not the official book by any means.
We'll see how it shakes out. A nice breath of fresh air for both these wrestlers after that big scramble at the end of the first period.
Right, and both of these I don't have hardly any information, so didn't wrestle last year much or at all. So both of them making their debut here as we go. Both men freshmen, so again, getting some of this opening, a little bit different body style. Glenn's a little bit more of the stocky-like look, a little bit longer for Kugler, and we got 9-7 now, so I don't know what I missed.
We'll take it.
Yeah, we'll just leave it at that.
I think where they're getting confused is I think the referee thinks there was an escape and then another takedown to the back point.
And I didn't have it written down that way, but I'm certainly doing everything that we're doing up here. But again, I think Bemidji's on where I think I'm at.
Yeah.
I think it should be 7-6. I don't think 7-6 or 9-7 is going to make the difference in this one because I have a feeling there's a lot more points to be scored as we get going here.
And we're back to 7-6.
They
back where we started.
They could have just called us.
Exactly. Call up to the booth.
Yeah. I like, though, you can tell veteran officiating. Brian Bakke talks to both head coaches. Everything's settled. It's just one of those things where cooler heads prevail,
Yep.
And when it's explained to you, we went. So now Kugler in the down position, starting period number 2, and he's down 7-6.
Looking for Kugler to improve on hand control on the bottom. That's one thing from last match that I kind of wrote down on my notes was, he does a lot of really nice things. He would be able to finish a lot of more of those things if he had a little more hand control. You can see Glenn working a hard 2-on-1. It's almost impossible to get out of there with a 2-on-1. Working out to the side. He's doing a good job riding.
heavy pressure on the shoulder area. That's tough to get out of. It doesn't matter what weight you're at. Try to explain to people they're the same weight. So
yes,
it's not different. Here we got
a cradle situation again where Kugler's going to pop out the side, probably for 2, maybe more.
So 2 reversal.
Yep, takes an 8-7 lead with 55 seconds left in the second period.
Takes me back to the days of watching Hudson Hackle. He'd get cradled and all of a sudden he'd pin the kid. And
chin drop attempt.
Again, Glenn's had trouble with his headgear,
so
that
stacked
doesn't
him
make
up.
any.
Stacked him up right over his head. This is tight. 35 seconds left. See if Kugler can settle in. This would be huge for the Jackets.
Glenn trying to push off the bottom again, resettling in now is Kugler.
If you remember the Bemidji match with Thief River Falls, Glenn was very difficult to pin. Does a good job keeping that shoulder up, but nonetheless, Kugler's still trying to get it here in the last 10 seconds.
Putting ultimate pressure. Glenn has just got that flexibility, Jesse, that you can just see that, and he's got to have strength to follow it. 3 seconds remaining. Might be a tough pin here. I don't think it's going to happen, and it doesn't, but more points on the board for Kugler. 4 more near fall for him. Makes it 12-7, and again, it's no lead is safe right now the way this action has been. So we head into period number 3. Again, we're in the 114-pound weight class, and this is brought to you by KLN Family Brands.
It seems like each of these periods have been its own separate match. I mean, there's been so much action and so much edge of your seat action. Oh boy, Kugler went for one and Glenn caught him leaning. Gets a 3-point, but Jackson comes off his back. Referee holding. I didn't see how many he gave. Was it 3?
3 and 3, I think.
Okay.
So it's going to be 13-12 now. So a takedown and 3 near fall.
Now Glenn's going for the cradle again here. Kugler slipped out just like he's doing right now. He caught Glenn a little bit high. Kugler's going to work his way out the back here if he can continue to work. He's got to pop his head out, continue.
Glenn going back to a cradle-like look, I think, but
if he can get Glenn onto his hip, putting a little pressure into him, that would put him in a tough spot. Just like that.
We're under a minute.
Now he can work into his, start working the hands off his head. There he pops his head out for 2, and he's going to take a 14-13 lead here with 45 seconds left.
Now again, he's got to keep working here. 40 seconds remain. Again, in the armbar situation, releases that, tries to tuck in the wrist underneath, heavy on the shoulders.
Glenn's going to have one big attempt here with 25 seconds left, but Kugler doing a good job riding a deep half. He's got to find a way to bust him down. Big roll attempt. Kugler's got to settle himself in here, and he does. Should be getting back points. See if he can get more here with 15 seconds left in the period.
We're under 10 now, but down to 8. Again, he's got the 4 held. So
I think he's pretty content hanging out right here. What a big win for Jackson Kugler.
Some near fall 4 makes it 18-13 decision. Puts the Yellowjackets on the board. They're now down 4-3 on the Ottertail Power scoreboard, so probably first win for Jackson Kugler, I would think, in his high school career. A big one, and again, it's one of those things, a couple things come to mind. Mr. Glenn is probably going to find some different headgear because it was over his eyes for over half of the matches.
And the last match, yeah.
And the last match before that. And again, that's excellent effort by both guys. So it leads us in to the 121-pound. Bo Bush, 9th grader, coming out for the Yellowjackets. Levi Melma, I believe, I didn't listen, we were too busy talking. Imagine that. Those of you who know us, is a 11th grader out on the mat for the Bemidji Lumberjacks. And again, we're about ready to head into that area for the Bemidji Lumberjacks we talked about earlier, Jesse, where they become very dangerous. And if you're the Yellow Jackets, you got to stay away from some bonus points and maybe sneak out a win in there. And I think into that, this leads to be a big match for the Yellow Jackets right here.
Absolutely. This last match, too, was so huge. I mean, again, that's a 6-point swing either way, possibly more if bonus points happen. But it's a good job for the Jackets getting on the board here before Bemidji gets real tough.
Bo Bush coming off a season last year, finished 6th in the section, 16-31. He wrestled at the 114-pound weight class, now up to 121. Again, Bo is a relentless type customer, and he met up with a tough kid in the first round here, but now looking to come out and maybe pull off his first win of the season. But we saw Levi Melma work extremely hard for the Bemidji Lumberjacks, so nothing's going to be easy in this match.
Good opportunities for both wrestlers so far. Both of them fending it off. It's just going to be one of those stingy matches, I think. This has probably been the longest time we've had 0-0 on the scoreboard all evening.
Yeah, exactly, as both wrestlers kind of circling around. Nice shot there, fended off nicely by Bush.
Love to see Bush dig that head out and throw a headlock here.
Both back to their feet, 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Could we go 0-0 in one match of tonight? It seems like by this time where it's usually like 12-9. A lot of offensive tonight, but not in this one. So we had 0-0 tie heading in to period number 2.
Melba takes down. See if Bush can get something going on top here.
Seems weird to see a blank spot on my scorebook page here. Feel like I should write something in there as there's a quick escape for Melma. He takes the early 1-0 lead.
Both wrestlers trying to find an angle here. Look for somebody to commit to something here. Catch myself looking over at the JV heavyweights over there. I can't help it. You hear the booms over there as the mat returns take place. You gotta love it. Minute left here in the second period. Both guys still jockeying for position here. Nobody's really committed to too much so far.
Update from the gold mine over there in Holly. Perham up 31-26 at half. Bush with the first early attempt, now into a headlock. This looks like a good spot and switched up really quickly as Melma just sat back, takes that 3-point takedown and takes a 4-0 lead with 40 seconds remaining on the clock. And I think both of us just took a minute to take a breath, so we'll thank both of these wrestlers.
We got a goofy situation here. Melba tried to take Bush over, but Bush was able to stop the momentum. Opportunity to maybe stack him up, but Melba kind of bails out, lets him up, and avoids any danger.
And that's smart wrestling, and we've talked about all the time giving up one before you give up more, Jesse. And again, that's one of those when you're not feeling comfortable, it's better to get out of there with the lead. 10 seconds to remaining here on the Otter Tail Power scoreboard. Again, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors. We'll do that a couple times tonight. It's just been awesome to be able to cover all three of these matches, so I'll do that right now. United Community Bank, KLN Family Brands, Perham Health, EOT Insurance, McCall Construction, Jack Shivers Realty, Hammers Construction, Lakes Ace Hardware, New Horizons Realty, Nias Family Sales, Hanson's Plumbing and Heating, The Pack, Bremer Bank, Steve Sanitation, Otter Tail Power, and Horace Mann.
Bo steps over a whizzer here, has Melba in trouble.
Right off this in the third. Again, getting the hands away from the faces.
See if he can settle in here. He can reverse that half.
Looks like he's just trying to stay stretched, but nice job by Melma, kind of flopping to his back, but not out of harm's way.
Reverse that half Nelson, see if he can dig it in there and get his chest up just like that. Settle in, and he's going to have Melma in trouble. This would be a huge turn of events for the Jackets.
Again,
this is tight. There it is. Great job, Bo Bush, by just stepping over, settling in, not panicking in that situation, settling himself for the fall. I mean, that's a huge win for the Jackets before we head into the middleweights here from the Lumberjacks.
Your Horace Mann pinned to win right there. Nice job again by Bo Bush, coming from behind in the third period, stretching that lead out for the Yellowjackets to 9-4. So we're heading into the 127-pound match. Casey Sinrus was 27-23 last year, finished fourth, ninth grader. Will be taking on Dresden Wegscheid. This is brought to you by Perham Health. Sinrus was an interesting wrestler in these first ones, as he's got some really funky stuff and some athletic ability, but Dresden Wegscheid, nice. But there's what you see what we're talking about. He just turns into Drez and makes it his situation. Drez finished third last year in the section, 24-17.
Really good job there by both wrestlers, putting themselves in a spot to be able to score, yet fending off the other opponent in the scramble. So high-level stuff going on there. This wrestler from Bemidji is definitely, when you think you have him dead in the rights, you're wrong. You got to finish the shot completely. Look for Drez here to, I mean, even now he's fighting on his hip. There he should have the two right at the edge of the mat. Very nice.
Three-point takedown there for Dresden Wegscheid, and sometimes that first score is the biggest score. It kind of gives you that confidence that you can take somebody down. Again, the Yellowjackets at 9-4 on the scoreboard. We know the hammers are coming for Bemidji, and it's how the Yellowjackets match up with them. It's going to be interesting to see if there's any jockeying in there. Another big match. We thought the Bo Bush match was going to be a big one, and it was, and it favored the Yellowjackets. I think this one's equally as well. As here's a little turnabout's fair play as we have a reversal, and now it's 3-2.
Drez doing a good job not letting his hips sit there. Gets a reversal of his own to go up 5-2.
Again, nice job by Drez here. And again, it just seems like 10 seconds remaining. You don't want to give up any unnecessary points here. If you can gain points, great, but don't give up anything. 3 seconds remaining here. It's going to be tight, but this might be trouble. And good thing, again, just like one of my favorite shows growing up, Saved by the Bell, but he did give the reversal. Now they're going to talk about it. Choice goes, they did give the reversal.
Yeah, that's a tough spot. You know, that's where you look at replay in college wrestling, definitely makes a difference to get those calls. But, you know, he did put Drez in harm's way, so you can't argue it too much.
And I was almost worried that there was going to be some back points being called there. So sometimes I think Coach Vetch didn't argue. He just felt like this was a good spot. We're still up. Drez gets the escape here, up 6-4, second period.
Drez doing a nice job knowing his opponent's a leg rider. Clears that hip. He's right back in on a shot here. See if he can go to a clean finish.
This is where he's dangerous. Cineris has been just dangerous in this spot. As he almost likes you to make that initial shot, and he's going to score off your shot, and it's not that it was a bad shot, and there it is.
His hips are very good. He doesn't let him rest on the mat.
So again, we just flip with that 3-point. Now up 7-6 in favor of Bemidji here. Drez out for his second escape, ties it up. 1 minute remaining, period number 2. 9-4 lead for the Yellowjackets on our Otter Tail Power scoreboard.
Nice single leg shot. Look for Drez to keep his hips down. Get into a scramble spot here. He passes the ankle. Now he's got to climb up. Get his head up. Get your head up high. He's got to continue to work up. High head in this situation.
Plenty of time on the clock. 40 seconds remain here. Stalemate. Boy, if you followed along all night, it's been a night chock full of great matches and really good wrestling for opening night. When you think about it, Jesse, sometimes you see a lot of rust. I don't see so much tonight.
See, Drez is deep there, but he stopped his hips. If he could run his feet, run the front of his feet all the way through it, he's got to be careful here. Put that leg in.
Oh, boy.
Here we're in his 50-50 situation.
That's with 12 seconds remaining. You hate to give up those points at the end of a period, and that's what you talk about college wrestling. You see that all the time. They just touted the Gophers with all of the action that they had, that they scored at the end of periods, and it just gives something to that wrestler. I think it gives them that extra little boost, as now Bemidji's going to go to the down position, already leading 10-7.
Look for Drez to get to work on top here. He can't let his hips get lazy. Stops the first move there really nice. See if he can hook something up and get to a tilt.
Non-stop action by the Bemidji wrestler here.
Yeah,
Jesse, he is...
catch cradle for Drez. See if he can hip him over here. Oh, broke the lock.
Yep, flattens right out. Really smart wrestling there. Just flattens him out, but Drez has a nice... If he can stretch him out here a little bit, I like where Drez is at.
He just can't get into a rolling match with this guy because his hips are very good. He likes to just burrow and dive just like he's doing right now.
A lot of athleticism there.
Yeah. Drez has got to hang on here, hope for a stalemate. Drez kind of looking for power half, trying to stack him up there. Kind of a weird situation, but might be too little too late here. Drez might get stacked up by himself.
1 minute remaining on our score clock. Again, Drez down 10-7 here. Again, there we go.
One. This should be back points. I don't know why he stopped counting.
He gave one, quit, one. So nothing, and I thought even if he got the two, 40 seconds remain, and again, Drez has got him all tied up, but if that head pops out, which it just did, there's the reversal for two.
Good attempt by Drez, almost had him going there.
And now it's not that we're thinking victory, but a 5 point, we don't want to give up anything here. Again, you start thinking about you could get 4 points on time here, but Drez.
Ooh, at the buzzer. Reversal, 10 seconds.
Makes it 12-9-4, going to be too little too late, so Bemidji's going to walk away with the victory there, 12-9. Make it 9-7 on your scoreboard in favor of the Yellowjackets, but it's one of those, Jesse, that we're going to see what happens here, but some heavy hitters coming out here for the Bemidji Lumberjacks, but then I think the tide turns as you get up a little bit in the higher weight. So
yeah, there's going to be some good opportunities for some of the Yellowjacket young guys here to go out and compete against some very high-level opponents.
I miss Peyton Trout's out there for the Yellowjackets. The young 8th grader.
Looks like Gabe Morin. Gabe Morin's ranked number 7 in the guillotine rankings at 133 pounds. Again, a young 8th grader for the Yellowjackets.
Quick takedown there.
Morin, a 2-time section champion. 2-time state entrant, hasn't placed down there yet, but I know his sights are probably on getting on the podium down in St. Paul.
We got 3 more there. Escape given, and now we have another takedown, making it 6-1. Still a minute 10 seconds remaining. And again, this is where you would figure stay out of bonus points. Every point you can save here for the team is going to be huge.
One thing that really impressed me with this Moore in the last match, he did a good job of just suffocating his opponent on top. You know, he didn't give the guy on the bottom a chance to breathe. Even in his even in his different holds he had on top, you can see he went arm bar, then he went to a tilt, now he's going to a cradle. The bottom guy, he just has an answer for everything that they do. Kind of a potentially dangerous there with the shoulder. Good call by the referee.
Trout throw the arm back there a little bit, got it underneath him, got through there. So Gabe Morin, Bemidji, Peyton Trout, Perham, brought to you by EOT Insurance. Again, restart here, 30 seconds remain. Again, for the Yellowjackets, I think this is where you try to save a few bonus points. Again, you're going out against a really formidable wrestler. You kind of went through his accolades. Jesse, again, one of those guys finished first in the section last year, 41-9 record. So 50 matches for him. And again, you can see that come into play here. And young Mr. Trout had a really good season last year, coming in as a 7th grader, went 21-27, faced some really tough competition. Now jumping up into that little bit higher weight class as you start to see some older kids being able to get to that 133, 139-pound weight classes.
Trout taking the top position. I would say that was probably the best position for him in his last match. A lot of confidence. Seems to be where he wants to be, so hopefully he can get to his offense here.
Well, we saw him, you said that, be more aggressive when he was in that top position. Also, you can't give up points if you're holding your opponent down. Morin seems really comfortable in that neutral position and wants to play the takedown game. So the longer you can stall that out, the better you are. Start with the cradle right here, but head slipped out pretty easily by Morin, and he's out.
Morin just seems like he's in control. Everything he does is controlled. There's no crazy quickness or anything. He just is on the prowl all the time.
Well, we talked about it a lot as he lets Peyton Trout up. He's a good chain wrestler. He's going from one thing to the next, and he's not letting those feet sit still. They're always moving. His takedown number 4 for him on the match, and it's 13-2, minute 20 seconds remaining here on the Otter Tail Power scoreboard. You'll have to bear with Jesse and myself as we both have the lozenges after 4 hours of continuous talking here. Both of us feeling our opening night woes, I guess. Again, under a minute here to go, second period. Peyton Trout fighting really well. Again, the escape allowed there, and Morin probably going back to work here. Coach is wanting him to pull, get down into that single shot, dumps Trout down to his base, and gets the next takedown. Still in the second period. We talked about all the points being scored. We're at almost 20 points again, 16-3. Again, we're in that tech fall type spot. Again, that's one of the rule changes that we talked about, that tech fall is going to happen if the next points come up here and then Peyton Trout gets out of the harm's way, but the hold's still on, it's over with, and trying to protect the wrestler a little bit. So, again, we made it to period number 3, 16-3, and heading in favor of Gabe Morin. And again, we talked about you're going to see some really, really good wrestlers, Gavin Osborne, Nick Strand, and then potential match of the night for me is Tegan Detloff, Alec Newby, maybe at 172.
Yeah, should be a couple good ones coming up. Again, just great opportunities early in the year.
Yeah, and Strand, you can't overlook a Strand Johnny Ramos as well coming up. So hang tight with us here. A lot of good action coming up. And there is the tech fall, 19-3 in favor of Gabe Morin. Peyton Trout saved the team point. Bemidji takes the lead on the scoreboard, 12-9. We will head into 139 pounds. Gavin Osborne taking the mat for Bemidji. Zane Wacker for Perham. This is brought to you by McCall Construction. Yeah, go ahead, Jesse.
Gavin Osborne wasting no time here. this is a kid who, again, I said it earlier, he was a 3-time section runner-up, 3-time state entrant, hasn't quite made the podium yet, but the guys who have beat him in the section finals we had in our gym last year from Wilmer, and it is no love lost between those Wilmer and Bemidji guys, but lost to 3 quality opponents. He's looking to kind of stamp his name in that section championship role this year.
Right. Comes into today rated 8th by the Guillotine. Again, finished second. Didn't have as many matches last year. I don't know if injury was, but he looks ready to go this year for certain. And now double armbar looks like was almost thrown in.
Yeah, this is very tight. Wacker doing what he can.
Steps over the top. This is not a good position to be in with 51 seconds remaining on the score clock. Definitely 4 being held, so at the very least it's a 7-0 lead, and there's the fall. And again, you talk about somebody ready to roll. I think Gavin Osborne's ready to roll, and we knew this was kind of that area that the Yellowjackets have to try to keep it close. And this might be one of the biggest matches of the night coming up here, and I know we've said that a lot. But again, I think if the Yellowjackets, they got to expect Johnny Ramos to become one of those leaders, and tonight might be the night he steps into those shoes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a veteran wrestler in Strand. He's come through all the way through the elementary ranks and the middle school ranks of Bemidji, and that Strand name's been around there a while. And Johnny Ramos, we talked about a lot last match, and how he's kind of relentless, and this is going to be a lot of quick action between these two.
Yeah, Strand rated number 5 by the Guillotine. Johnny rated number 7, so AA, AAA. So one of those quality matchups, 5 versus 7 rated in the state. You talked about Strand second in the section last year, 43-8 as a 10th grader. Pretty high quality wrestling, knowing what kind of competition Bemidji goes out and wrestles, and I expect a really good one here.
Nice shot, reshot. Neither wrestler getting real close to a scoring position, but again, there's a lot of action out there. Both these guys are moving their feet, their hands, their feet are going, levels are changing. Something's going to give here sooner or later.
This match is brought to you by Steve Sanitation, which will also be in our post-match. They are bringing us the wrestler of the match, and it might come out of this match as we're talking. 0-0, under a minute. Both wrestlers kind of trying to work and get a feel for one another, and it's going to be an interesting one, I think, and this might be one we look back to at the end, going one team won the match, and you never want to pin it to one. It always seems like it goes to heavyweight, but I think this might be one of them. Strand in on that single. If he can crawl up here a little bit, and here he gets it.
Really nice low shot by Strand there. Johnny doing a good job trying to fend it off, but right on the edge there, that's just a high-level takedown.
Stalemate being called, get him back to the center of the mat. 29 seconds remain here. Nice job. Johnny looking for maybe a little blood timeout. They're going to honor him with that blood timeout. Again, it'll give us a little bit of chance here, Jesse. It's been a wild night, and again, I don't think you could ask for anything more than bringing, 3 quality opponents together in a beautiful facility like this and watching them do battle, and it hasn't disappointed for a second.
Some people would say, why would you want such a high-level match or matches at the beginning of the year as your first, competition? But some could say, why not? I mean, why not start it, get it to the level you need to get to, and kind of get the ball rolling in December and keep it going through the year.
Well, if you're going to gauge where you're at, you gotta wrestle somebody that you know that you're bringing that. And for the Yellowjackets, it's not going to get any easier. I believe Saturday they take off to go to St. Michael, where St. Michael's a buzzsaw, and you're going to see Forest Lakes and Ossios and Waconia, and they're going to bring relentless competition. So for the Yellowjackets, you can enjoy whatever happens tonight, escape Ramos, but you're right back on the treadmill, so to speak, tomorrow, and getting ready to go face some really good AAA, AA, and single A competition at St. Michael.
Absolutely, you just love to see the competition. It's the way you get better. It's the way your program continues to grow.
So 3-1 score. Strand over Ramos, takedown Strand, escape Ramos. We're going to head into period number 2. Ramos takes the down position. And looking for that quick escape.
Strand doing a good job stopping the first move, but Johnny controlling hands, keeping his hips low, doing a really nice job, but he's got to continue to go on the edge. No free points tonight has been the theme.
Man, I guess you said that early, and again, it's kind of followed through all the way through this, and we have another blood timeout. And again, it gives us a great time to talk about our sponsors. And again, if this is something that you would be interested in sponsoring, get a hold of Jason Groth at jgroth@perham.k12.mn.us. I know that's a long one. If you go out to the website, you'll be able to see it. But it's really been fun for us, and we have a lot of events being covered this winter and into the spring. Nights like tonight, tomorrow, we kind of highlighted Thursday night. We'll have a boys and girls doubleheader. Jason Groth will be your play-by-play. I'll follow him if I can get my voice back by then to do color with them, and we'll have Pelican Rapids coming into town. 5:45, one stream only. 5:45 we'll pregame about there for the girls game first at 6. Followed by the boys game after that at about 7:30. So again, that's Thursday night, and we'd love for you to join us again if you're not here in person. A lot of double headers happening in boys and girls action this year in the heart of the lake. So thanks again to United Community Bank, KLN Family Brands, Perham Health, EOT Insurance, McCall Construction, Jack Shivers Realty, Hammers Construction, and we'll hit others later as we're back on the mat. Strand, Ramos gets the blood time taken out. Strand back into his heavy ride right now.
Yeah, you can see his tips of his toes are constantly pushing forward. Hips are tight. Johnny does a good job coming to his feet. Here's where he's got to finish. He's been up to his feet a couple times. Strand does a good job. This should be a stall call if he stays there for too long. Johnny's still working. I mean, he's held onto the leg twice now. He's not really trying to work up to his feet. Johnny doing a leg whip there to try to change the position, looking like he could come around for a reversal. Oh, wow. Strand flips his hips, comes right back up on top.
And almost puts Johnny in a dangerous position where I thought Johnny had all of the action going. Super athletic move there by Strand, now putting Johnny in harm's way.
Yeah, he's got a Turk step started here if he steps over that bottom leg.
He has time, 45 seconds, and we're going to get stalemate or blood. Blood timeout like again. Again, that allows us to finish off. Hammers Construction, those sponsorships have been so great. Lakes Ace Hardware, New Horizons Realty, Nias Family Sales, Hanson's Plumbing and Heating, the Perham Area Community Center, Bremer Bank, Steve Sanitation, which we'll talk about the wrestler of the match at the end, Ottertail Power with our scoreboard, and Horace Mann with our pin for the win throughout this season so far. And there's some openings yet. If you are interested, again, we talked about getting hold of Jason Groth at the school. You can either find his email address on the school or give him a call, and he'd be glad to work with you and show you what we have to offer to bring these great high school sporting events live. And I know you watch them live. I know my kids going through their fun was going home after the match and going to watch their match and those sorts of things. So again, it's one of those that is out there for you to go back and watch later on as well. So great match here. It's kind of what we expected, 3-1 Strand. Again, I think Ramos has had some opportunities, Jesse. Again, you talked about follow through and you talked about maybe making that one other step, and I think the theme of the night is when things haven't gone well, feet stop moving.
Yep, that's a big thing. I know Johnny's almost been out twice. He thought he was out, and then Strand was able to kind of dive in there at the end. But the beauty of high school wrestling, there's no riding time, so you can ride for, 1 minute and 58 seconds, but if an escape is an escape. So Johnny back to his feet, working hard.
I imagine score clocks and all those things are going to continue to keep riding time out of, and I think it goes a little bit against, here Johnny's in not a good position. We might see those shoulders crack that 45 as there's a lot of pressure, and there it is.
Johnny doing a good job. Just shows you the strength of Strand. Just not really in a pinning. Oh, he did give back points.
So this is the third time I've been confused. 5 minutes or 5 seconds to go here. I never saw a swipe, but he did give him back points, and I saw it, and I thought it was there. So actually it is now, he gave him 4.
Yeah.
So 7-1 in favor.
He must be counting away from us, so he can't see it or something.
Well, it's got to be under our shorter one, because I've missed it, and I was kind of confused why it wasn't, because he certainly looked like he had broke that plane. But Strand takes the down man. Is he athletic, Jesse?
Yeah, just a hip heist there. Johnny trying to drag him forward into that deep wrist half series, but Strand just pops his hips right over.
And with that reversal, he gets to the major decision. And again, if you're the Yellow Jackets, you got to save every point that you can. And I don't think Strand's settling for a major. I think he's got bigger things in mind, and we're really seeing why this guy is rated high by the guillotine coming in.
Really nice armbar series. He kind of pounded his fist to the mat. Has Johnny in big time trouble right now.
You can see why he's number 5 in AAA, and he's going to do some damage. And there's the fall. And if you're the Yellow Jackets, that's kind of what you were worried about and what we talked about.
Yeah, that's one strong dude, because Johnny's one of our strongest pound-for-pound guys, and there was definitely a strength barrier there.
Man, and you just go back to the matchups here, Jesse, and where Thief River was battling up to this point, and the Yellow Jackets seemed to wrestle really well against Thief River, and now is struggling a little bit. Lincoln Schmidt out on the mat for Bemidji. Logan Wacker out on the mat for the Yellow Jackets. This is your 152-pound match, brought to you by Otter Tail Power. And you can feel old Mr. Momentum really working its magic here as Bemidji with an early takedown.
Yeah, when you get the ball rolling, momentum is contagious. So it's when you can get it rolling as a team, it's amazing how match to match it carries over.
Lincoln Schmidt, 4th in the section last year, 19-21 as a junior, so coming in as a senior, his thoughts are higher than where he placed before. Brody Wacker coming in. You heard his brother Zane Wacker had the task of Gavin Osborne. That worked out, and this is looking not equally as tough a task for Brody Wacker tonight.
Yeah, Schmidt's a good leg rider. Often, against a young opponent who maybe hasn't experienced this before, it can put you in some, weird positions that you maybe haven't felt with, your hips being thrown all over the place. And you can see Coach Vetch trying to coach him on the fly over there. And
one of the things here's a tough spot. Nice job by Wacker, just kind of rolling out of it, but boy, Schmidt just keeps the pressure on. I guess that's the best way to put it. 20 seconds remaining here in the first period, but he stays so tight to the body, he doesn't allow you to get that separation to even think you're going to get an escape. It doesn't look like any points are going to be scored. We may go into the second period 3-0 as he drags him back on, trying to do has that arm bar in, but I think it's too little too late, and it is. And again, just like that 80s sitcom that you talked about, we're saved by the bell one more time.
Yeah, it's. I think it's a win for us to be out of here 3-0, considering the moves we've been put in so far. So kudos to Brody for battling. Let's see if he can get to his offense here.
So Schmidt takes the down position, leading 3-0. Again, 24-9 on your Otter Tail Power scoreboard. Again, a quick stand up there, looking to break hands, does that, gets that quick escape, leading 4-1.
Brody really likes those low shots. He gets to these positions really well. Now we got to find a way to continue to finish. I would bet this will be a potentially dangerous with the pressure against the spine. Maybe not.
Boy, it sure looked like some of them that had been called earlier. Nice job by Wacker just hanging on, but, you know, you can only hang on for so long, and there it is. Schmidt with the next takedown.
These Bemidji wrestlers really go to work on top fast. That's one thing you can tell Coach Skerrick has really been focusing on, is from that takedown right to your move on top and not letting that bottom man kind of recover.
Lets him up, escape. Wacker now makes it 7-1, and you can tell that Schmidt's gaining confidence here, that he feels that he can take Wacker down, and he does just that on cue. So again, third takedown there for Mr. Lincoln Schmidt, makes it 10-1. 35 seconds remain here. He thinks there's enough time, allows that escape. Boom, comes right around. Nice job by Wacker that time, but I don't think he can hang on. That is the third takedown in this period. 23 seconds remaining. Wondering if he was going to try to do that again or not. Decides not to. 15 seconds remaining. Little update for you on 549 Media Network. Perham up 62-50 at the gold mine. The Lady Jackets are up 62-50 with about 6 minutes remaining in that one. Again, now we're in that danger territory of giving up a tech fall again. You know, you would think that Bemidji's looking for the pin. They look like they came out a little bit more ready for battle than they did against Thief River. I'm not taking anything away from Thief River. If you're still listening from Thief River, your kids battled like crazy. But it seems like a more of a business-like trip here right now for the Bemidji Lumberjacks. Escape was given to Wacker on that because he's looking for the takedown. Wacker doing a nice job. Come around, there's 3. 1 point of contact again was in. My guess is we're going to see another release here. It's a 13-point advantage. There's the release. Wacker gets the escape, 16-4. Next takedown would do the business, and there's the takedown, and there's the tech fall. So bonus points are racking up right now for the Bemidji Lumberjacks as they're stretching this lead. That was once 9-4 for the Yellowjackets, is now 29-9 in favor of the Bemidji Lumberjacks, but now the Yellowjackets come with a little bit of their heavy hitters. And let's see if Carson Zeise's the one to stop this bleeding. But I think you're almost to the point now, Jesse, you might need bonus points, not just victories.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, the Jackets have done a good job of giving up tech falls instead of pins, so you're saving a few points. But at some point here, we got to get back rolling.
160-pound match. Cash Pemberton from Bemidji, Carson Zeise for Perham. They're going battle right now. Good shots by both men. Shot and reshot action. I think that's one of the best parts of sports. This one's brought to you by Horace Mann.
You know, both wrestlers being really physical in the front head. Carson doing a good job bouncing. Let's see if he can work an angle here and get behind for a go behind. He's got a leg to a front cradle. This would be big for the Jackets if he can continue this. He's got to bury his head in the side. There he's got a takedown, getting some swipes.
Putting some heavy pressure on here. Getting a good view.
There it is. Fall. What a big win. Good job, Carson Zeise, getting the Jackets back on the board.
When we talked about we need that stopper, and there it was. Makes it 29-15. That pin was brought to you by Horace Mann Insurance and Investments, the pin for the win, which leads us to one that I think, if this boils out, could be one of the matches of the night.
Yeah, this is definitely one you and I circled earlier in the week.
And we're getting just that. 172-pound match is going to be a good one. Alex Newby for Bemidji. That Newby name's been around for a long, long time. And Tegan Detloff from Perham, 2 ranked wrestlers facing off here in a crucial part as we only have 3 matches left after this one. So the Yellow Jackets desperately need this. Another win by Bemidji, and it's going to be a tough road to hoe as there's some big hombres coming up here for Bemidji. Tegan Detloff coming in, rated number 5 by the Guillotine at 160 pounds. Tegan Detloff, a sophomore, had a really great season last year for the Yellow Jackets, made it to the state tournament. Jesse, you probably have all that information you can share with us. Alec Newby also rated at 160 pounds at AAA, number 8 in the state, and he's a senior.
Yeah, definitely. Tegan did a great job last year, put a good section tournament together, wrestled a very seasoned veteran from East Grand Forks all the way to the bitter end. I think it was a 1-point match. And, found his way down to the XL Center and, represented the Jackets really well. Obviously a big ceiling for him and a big year for him to take another big step for the Yellow Jackets and become their leader.
I want to talk about how closely these 2 young men are. We talked about them both being rated, wrestling up a weight from where the Guillotine rated them at. Last year, Tegan Detloff 39-10 on the season. Last year, Alec Newby 38-10 on the season. You can't get much closer than this, and I think it might be that first takedown that maybe drives the bus to this, and we have a little blood time out here. Coach is working on it for Alec Newby, but 2 wrestlers that are highly qualified but built so differently, Jesse, and I think sometimes what really causes fits for opponents is that sheer length of Tegan Detloff.
Absolutely. He reminds me a lot of a young Ty Mosier, if you will.
Well, there you go, yeah.
Ty Mosier was a state champion for the Yellow Jackets a few years ago, and I remember when he was younger, he would wrestle some pretty tough dudes who were a lot older than him, but his length provided a huge fit for them. And that one thing that Tegan definitely makes me think of is a Ty Mosier back in the day.
I think you're spot on with that comparison there, Jesse, and that's awesome. This one brought to you by United Community Bank, and I think they chose a good one here. As Newby in right off that blood timeout, in on the single, but we've seen Detloff be able to fend this off multiple times. Heavy pressure on that knee. Tegan knows where he's at on the mat, and that seasoned veteran, he's trying to pull off the mat, and they're both going. Newby knows the new rule. You can see that. He tried to kick his legs out.
Yep.
Didn't quite. They went off and then back on. Restart.
Tegan doing a good job in that shin whizzer, too. It's tough when he's below the knee like that to get any sort of pressure, but Tegan doing a good job.
Tegan now on his shot. Again, Newby showed his quickness. Tegan in again and being relentless there. Newby tries to catch him and really just landed because self-defense by Detloff, but nice job by Newby. We'll see if our prediction is true that first takedown leads, but it did. Nice job by Detloff getting off his back or getting off the mat right away.
Yeah, I think that was just kind of a situation where, Newby is a little bit stockier, maybe a little stronger, in the hip region, and just kind of barreled into him a little bit and caught Tegan off guard.
Again, and you're looking at a senior versus a sophomore, and we forget Tegan's a sophomore because he's wrestled so many matches for the Yellow Jackets. But again, we're back to a blood timeout here again. And again, we talked a lot earlier, Jesse, about how these matches have gone, and it's kind of interesting. I've got privy to the record books and have tried to keep up the record books for the Yellow Jackets. Not as many matches as I would have thought. 24 matches all time against Bemidji, 13-11 in favor of the Yellow Jackets. And I would have thought 2 storied programs that we might have seen more matches than that. Again, but then I looked at against Thief River, there's only 34. So 26-8 in favor of the Yellow Jackets, which is also surprising for all the accolades and all the success that Thief River Falls has had.
Yeah, you wonder if back then it was more HOL-based schedule, local rather than traveling the couple hours up north or things like that. But teams, especially up north, have to travel nowadays in order to build their resume for the state tournament and try to get seeded down there. So you're seeing more programs around here, pound the pavement a little bit and get out there and find competition.
Was this your opening? Was this triangular when you were wrestling?
Really nice slide by Tegan Detloff there.
Got his 3?
Got his 3. Hopefully he can end the period on top.
Takes the 4-3 lead here, and he does. Back to that, was this a triangular when you were wrestling? Do you remember at all?
We used to go Thief River and Fergus Falls together.
Okay.
Yep, we didn't have a Bemidji try. We'd see Bemidji we'd go up to the Rick Lee tournament, or their individual tournament at the time before they made it the big Rick Lee tournament. But also we started at the Wadena Invitational every year. So
right, the Dennis Kotz.
Yep.
Which is also a really good tournament. Thief River used to always be there as well, and the Yellowjackets were there at one time.
Greenbush.
As long as I remember, this has been the opening try for the Yellowjackets. Then that rolls back to my son Layton's 7th grade year, so that's been a while now already. Again, escape for newbie, tied up 4-4, and this is about exactly what we thought we were going to see. I tend to think there's always going to be more fireworks, but I think Tegan wrestles so controlled, Jesse. It's hard to get that firework situation. And we talked about a birthday present for Mom. This would be even a bigger one, knocking off a ranked wrestler in AAA. And happy birthday to Tammy Detloff. She's got premier seating to watch this one and watch her son. I don't know that I could do that. I was too nervous as a parent.
Yeah, I'm impressed she's able to be down there, to be honest. So kudos to Tammy.
Again, great match here. 1 minute remaining on the Otter Tail Power scoreboard. 172-pound match, 29-15. So this is a crucial one. 3 weight classes to go. So my simple math is after this one, there's only 18 points to give up. And so if you're the Yellowjackets, this is a really crucial match to at least get it to go your way, even if it's a decision.
There's so many things happening out there right now. It may seem like not a lot of action, but there's so much happening between these two high-level wrestlers that it's just so fun. They're both such good feel wrestlers where you can feel what your opponent's doing and just react to what situations present themselves, and you just wait for that next move.
15 seconds remaining, kind of a short shot, reshot attempt there. We're down under 10 seconds. This has been a great one. This is what we thought might happen. 4-4 on your scoreboard. Again, kind of a crucial match for both teams tonight here as we're going along. And again, Detloff going to the middle of the mat, not extending any more energy than he has to. Again, he goes down. Doesn't stay there very long. As Alec Newby says, we're going both up. We'll give you the escape. So Detloff up 5-4. Here we go.
With a 1-point lead, a 3-point takedown would really make a world of difference in this situation. So I don't imagine any of these two are going to go backwards or try to hang on. I bet both of them are going to try to go for it at some point.
Exactly, and you just watch this and you're trying to anticipate what's going to happen, and I don't think we can do that. And it's been that shot, reshot, and if anything might get Tegan, it might be that what you said, that hip strength, and then it looks like we might have got a poke in the eye, so we're going to have a little break in the action. We're going to get a little bit of a timeout here. We're going to look and see, make sure that both wrestlers are at full strength. Minute 20 remaining in this one. We'll stay right here as, man, how many times have you seen Coach John McEachran out being the blood guy and taking care of all the business and doing what he needs to do? So looks like maybe a contact was lost.
Could be.
To me, that's what it looks like is happening, but kudos to Coach McEachran and what he's meant for multiple programs within the Perham Yellowjacket activities, and I know you and I are both blessed to have the opportunity to coach with him. So thank you to John McEachran tonight for his continued effort to be the blood man, and when I asked him about it, he said I wouldn't miss it.
Yeah, best seat in the house. I mean, I know people who fill in for him when he's got to be gone. They take it pretty seriously because they know he does as well.
and he doesn't want to be gone. So, that's happening. So I think we're getting contact lens back in. Again, thank you to our sponsors. Thank you for you guys for following along with us tonight. I hope you're having half as much fun as Jesse and I are having calling this match. And one thing tonight, if I ever thought I didn't love wrestling, this wiped it out, because it's right back in, and this feels like we're more towards the end and getting ready for section wrestling than we are opening night. So what a great night to be a fan of wrestling. Whichever club that you're rooting for, man, they have not let you down tonight. No, it's been just match after match. The way we started tonight was a back and forth match with Bemidji and Thief River at 107, and we haven't looked back since. Action back on, contact back in. It seems to revitalize both of these guys, having just a little bit of action here. A little bit more, 1 minute remaining. Nice low shot, re-shot there. Again, this is where that muscle boy, that's throw back the other way, back into that single. Nice roll there by Strand. Oh, Tegan not giving up on it though, dove under. He's got an opportunity here to come out the back. And it was not staying on your hip. That happened earlier. Nice job, Strand trying to work around to the back. Tegan trying to trap that arm underneath. Nice job of wrestling by both of these wrestlers. 35-second remains. Stalemate. That is high-level wrestling. There's no other way to put it. I mean, he is dead in the rights, double leg, basically to your back, and you dive under off the mat, and you can find your way out of there. It's awesome. It's a treat for everybody. 30 seconds remaining. Tegan staying in there, not allowing stalling to be called. You know a shot's coming. Sometimes when you know that, it puts you at a disadvantage. But I just think the strength, and there's a long shot, nice. Reshot. Tegan doing a good job staying on the edge here too. 12 seconds, he's going to circle back on here. Kind of surprised they called it out with the new rule, but one last flurry here. We'll see what happens. I think it was one of those stalemate types calls. Here's a double action. Throw. Tegan reacts very nicely. Out, 4 seconds remain. One final flurry here. Tegan's got to stay low. Not allow anything goofy to happen. Actually, I think he could caution there a little start. I think he could, no stall calls, so if he wants to go, just don't get tripped. Nice job, Tegan Detloff. What a great win. What a high quality match. 5-4 win for Detloff. Narrows that score to 29-18. Just what we thought was going to have to happen for the Yellowjackets. Some seriously good matches coming up here yet. And again, I think this is anybody's match, but for the Yellowjackets, your error margin is very slim right now. Absolutely. You got the ball rolling. You got to find a way to put a bow on it and finish these last few weight classes. So we're going into 189 pounds. Tristan Larson with the early shot, just like you said, ultra aggressive. He's going to want to make up some time against Cohen Donay, I believe, from Bemidji. If I pronounced that wrong, I apologize. We're trying to hear the announcer. I think it's differently pronounced than what he did. Both going upper body. There's the throw. But Tristan doing a good job rolling through there. Reaction time for the Yellowjackets has been good. Tristan giving up a little size here. With all these wrestlers in a row for the Jackets, they got to find a way to spread them out. But, his strength is going to be right where he needs to. Little fireman's carry there for Donay for his first three-point takedown. Again, a lot of energy being spent right here in this first minute of this, and now trying to pin that arm behind the back. Again, all this pressure just kind of wears on you. Again, if you're giving up a few pounds, it even makes it exemplified more. But good job here by Donay. I think he's right where he wants to be, riding. 47 seconds remaining, period number one. Yeah, he's putting a lot of pressure on. Tristan's got to find a way to get to his feet here. Get to his feet and not let that weight hold him down. This match between Donay and Larson is brought to you commercial-free by KLN Family Brands. Again, you have the sheer size. I think we've noticed this from weight class to weight class, how thick these Bemidji wrestlers are. And again, I think as the season wears on, they're going to have that bulk and that muscle mass to kind of continue to do what they're trying to do. Nice shot here by Larson.
See if he can gather himself here. Go 2 hands to that leg.
Heavy on the head by Donay. Throw by Donay. He's still in. So he's going to get 3. I saw 1 swipe. There's a second swipe, but I don't think they were. Oh, there
he's
is.
Holding.
He's holding. And that's the end of the period. So talk about big points. Let's see what and then he waved off something. So I'm not sure what the. So they did give him the takedown for sure, which makes it 6. Did they give Tristan an escape? How did the 1 happen?
He had an escape from earlier.
Okay, I missed that. So
he got another one, and he's back in. This is where he needs to be.
So 6-2.
He's got a battle here. Stay on that leg. You're okay.
Boy, physical by Donay.
He's got to continue to work here. He can't sit and let Donay get situated. He's got to go run to that leg.
Donay
there he's got his hip down on the mat.
Grabs the ankle.
This would be a big takedown if Tristan could find a way to get it here on the edge.
Boy, and I wondered what was coming there, and that stalemate happened. Neither wrestler, and I almost think it's the way Donay went down. He gained leverage, and he kind of planted himself on the mat, and it was trying to like push a car out of the snow, and it didn't work for Tristan.
I think where Tristan's got to make hay here is below the knee and elevate that leg before Donay can get situated with his hips. He's definitely getting in there. He's working his way out the back here, but again, Donay's crashing down with those hips.
Again, when our feet stop moving, you've called that all night. You got to follow through. It's kind of like tackling in football. Your feet stop, you lose.
There, Tristan works his way around. There's
nice
a 3-point takedown.
Again, you can tell the magnitude of this match is now just boiling up. The crowds are getting into it. People are taking photos, and we got 40 seconds remaining. Period 2. Donay still up 6-5, but Larson with the last takedown, getting him into position where he wants to be.
Hard ride here. Hopefully we'll take a little wind out of Donay's sails heading into the 3rd period.
20 seconds remaining. You know Donay wants to get that point. He's getting back up to his base. Larson trying to drive him back down. Nice mat return right there. Brings some energy to the crowd. Donay right back up. Traps the arm. 8 seconds remaining. Looks like Larson's got a good chance of riding this one out, Jesse.
I think at some point Donay's going to go for a roll if he ends up on the bottom. And see if Tristan can catch him in a deep half in one of those situations.
Donay's going down, so here might be your call might come faster than we think. Again, Donay does have the lead 6-5, and if Larson can't, we got caution here on Larson. You wonder how long you try to ride. Do you try to go to a minute? Do you try to go, how much time do you want before you release and try to get that takedown for the win? Because you're still now with a 3-point takedown, you still have that shot even if you give up the escape.
Absolutely. I think you got to ride here for a little bit. You had some success on top.
Cradle.
You're going for it here. He grabbed the cradle on the way down. He got 2 swipes. Yes, he did.
Nice job by the officiating crew to look at each other, confirm. Got the 2, takes the lead 7-6.
Now here's where you got to expect the roll coming eventually. We can't allow our hips to get lazy here. Tristan doing a good job staying on his toes. Continue working out to the side, controlling some wrists. He's got to be ready for that roll when it comes.
Again, you talked about Tristan's strength. Is his strength to be physical? Donay showed that same kind of strength. But he spent a lot of time now on the mat. Now he's up. Tristan tries to re-lift. This is trouble.
Donay caught caught a leg on the way down, so this is going to be a reversal.
And a clasp, I think.
So maybe not a reversal, maybe just an escape. I don't think they've awarded any points yet. There's a
nothing's
reversal.
happened. Clasp, yep, I did see the clasp, so it's going to be 3. So I don't think the score is right.
I think it's 9-7.
I think it is 9-7. Okay, 20 seconds remaining. I'm not writing anything down. As there's the escape. Tristan Larson right back in, lifts him up. Takedown for 3, excuse me. I don't think the score is right. I think we're going to have to go. I
have it at 11-9.
Boy, we're all over the board. 9-9 there. I had 10-9. You have 11-9. Either way, I think Larson's. And nobody's arguing here.
Nobody's arguing. I guess I'm wrong.
And me. So 2 out of 3 ain't bad, I guess. Both wrestlers fairly gassed, I think, right now, heading into overtime.
Now we got to remember here, we don't. Quickness. Come on.
Ooh, this has been the trouble. Donay's used that power.
Now we just can't give up 6.
No. And it's, oh boy.
It's close.
It's tight. It is tight, and there it is. And that went from good to not so good to probably a tough one. And man, you cannot blame Tristan Larson there. He gave everything he had.
He finished empty, giving up a little bit of weight. He battled, gave himself a chance in overtime. Good match.
That was a great match, and it's everything you can ask for, and you really hate to see somebody lose in that one, and especially when you're giving all that effort. Boy, Tristan Larson has nothing to hang his head up with. I'd watch that match 100 times over. Heading into the 215-pound match, Logan Cook on the mat for the Yellowjackets. Still waiting for confirmation. Ben DeRozier comes on. Senior Ben DeRozier against Logan Cook here. So again, that was a tough one for the Yellowjackets. Man, it went one way and then another. Cook gives up the early takedown, does a nice job staying off his back, not giving up back points.
DeRozier's got a cradle here at the edge. He does a good job of scooting, but Gook pops out of it for a nice 2-point reversal.
Nice job, Logan Gook. 1 minute remaining, period number 1, 3-2 score. Nice chop and drive by Gook. Now to the crossface, so mixing up what he's doing here. Nice job. This is brought to you by Perham Health. This match at 215 pounds, 1 to go after that. We'll do a quick recap. We'll talk about things coming up here in the near future. Get you set up for Thursday night's doubleheader. Boys and girls basketball against Pelican Rapids, live here on 549 Media Network. Again, follow along with us. Jason Groth on your call Thursday night, and it looks to be a good, fun night of basketball, just as fun as this, and this is going to be hard to rival because it's been a really exciting night of wrestling. And again, good 3 solid, well-coached teams here tonight, Jesse, and it's left nothing to be desired in my book.
Absolutely not. I mean, each match, regardless of outcome, you know each guy from each team is giving it everything. I mean, how many times have you seen a wrestler walk off and just lay down behind the bench because people say, well, it's only 6 minutes, but those are the people who have never experienced the 6 minutes like that before.
I can hardly walk the track for 6 minutes, so I can't imagine what these guys are doing and going through. And I have witnessed what happens in that wrestling room straight across from us, and they work extremely hard, and that's why I think sometimes the losses are so difficult because of what you pour into what you're doing. So good match here, both neutral. Again, Gook coming out here. Wrestling at 215 pounds, like you said, Jesse, probably as things settle, you won't see him at 215 pounds, but definitely has the strength to wrestle here. And Ben DeRozier wrestling. And again, just that sheer size, I think, gives DeRozier that takedown.
Yeah, I definitely think Logan's given up some weight here. I think he's an 89-pounder, but nonetheless has definitely changed his body from last year and put on a lot of muscle over the summer and through the fall, and I look forward to watching him this year.
Exactly, and he's going to have a good, successful season. Here we're getting some swipes in that cradle, holding the leg down, knee in the side, kind of your textbook cradle. Minute remaining, so a long time to hold on here. 4 definitely on the table, so we're going to have a 10-2 score, and hopefully Logan can work his way out. And if anybody's it's gonna be Logan. He seems to have that way, that natural knack of getting out of some precarious situations.
He comes by it naturally. His older brothers I think they called one of his older brothers Gumby because of how he could bend and sneak through different pinholes, and it was incredible some of the things that he was able to pop out.
I remember watching Wyatt Gook wrestle many times thinking there is no way, and pretty soon he was slipped out, and I'm like, man, if you would do that, you'd have to pick up appendages of mine off the mat. and Logan doing the same thing here, holding on, 10 seconds remaining. Hopefully he can get another shot, and he does just that. Nice job, Logan Gook.
Giving yourself a chance here, especially with the new scoring rules. 1 takedown and you're back in it.
One thing you know about Logan too, he's got that ability to throw and to do some of those funky moves. So and sometimes I think when your ability to do that and you're at an upper weight, you don't defend that often. So look for Logan. Logan's going into the down position here. I didn't see if it was by choice or by.
I think he chose down.
Okay. I'd look for that
cradle. Got to be a little careful here. He hooked the headlock, but DeRozier rolled him through, but there he goes. Hops out right on top. Right on cue for our conversation, but comes back behind for.
So reversal 2.
I think that's 4 back points.
We're waiting yet.
I'm just waiting to look.
2 and 4, yep. Trying to confirm with our scorekeepers down at the table today.
See if Logan can get going here on top.
Nice job breaking that cradle, and we just had that conversation. Minute 10 remaining here, period number 3.
Now you look at it, it's a 2-point lead. A 1 escape here, a takedown ties it for Logan Gook if he decides to go that route here. We'll see how long Coach Vetch will want him to ride for.
Right, you could see them talking on the sideline. Stalemate or must have been stalemate. We start back at the center position here. Gook, nice job breaking them down. You kind of wonder how long you're going to wait here. Seems like a big hombre to try to turn here, but if they're confident in that, they may want to. Coach Dave Vetch just saying exactly what we're thinking. Cut him. There's the escape. Hopefully, it gives him plenty of time here.
See if he can set up a good one here. Maybe 1 fake, and then go to another one. Put 2 together. See if you can get him leaning here with 15 seconds left in the period.
Takedown puts us into overtime, 15 seconds. Shot there, and again, DeRozier just uses that length and settles back. He's trying to pick up his 3, and he just did that. Makes it 14-8. Time runs out. Nice battle by Logan Gook. Came from all but being pinned to almost reversing the tide there. But again, this a little bit too short for the Yellowjackets. DeRozier with the win, 14-8. 38-18 on your scoreboard. Sponsored by Otter Tail Power Company.
At 285 pounds for Bemidji, Nehemiah Swinghammer. In from Perham, Cash Burke.
Cash Burke coming out for the Yellowjackets, a senior. Cash is kind of a fun one to watch as he goes through. And then we have Nehemiah Swinghammer, and I have Nathan written down, so if I may call him Nathan, we'll see how that goes. He looks like a really formidable opponent. This one's being brought to you by EOT Insurance, and he had a really nice match in the first one, and he is only a 10th grader. Jesse finished 4th in the section, 11 and 20 last year as a freshman. So again, a really big kid, and you can see the weight room's alive and well in Bemidji. Cash Burke finished 5th in the section last year. At 285 pounds, he was 15 and 23 on the season.
Yeah, both these guys are, big, strong kids. You can tell they're just by how they move and how they're throwing each other around. The big clubs, it's like getting hit in the head with a bear paw, but they'll go at it here, and I imagine some action will be upon us.
And I wonder, this must be in the family. There's that name. It definitely has been in the Bemidji lines for a long time, and if I remember right, the Swinghammer that wrestled before was a pretty good size man
Mid-side
himself.
Lad. Yeah. 25 seconds left in the period here. See if somebody commits to a takedown. Cash, you can tell, is doing a much better job this year with his positioning. I think he hasn't been wrestling that long, has he? Couple years?
Yeah, I think he kind of picked up the wrestling, I think, to help football, and now wrestling's become a love of his as well. And you can see he's just more comfortable and confident on the mat, and a lot of that tends to lead to the weight room as well, that you just feel more confident in what you're doing and what your body's doing. And I know he's cutting down as well, probably trying to make that move when all the moves are being made.
Nice quick switch by Swinghammer there to start the period. Cash doing a nice job of coming to his feet too. Back on our feet here with 1:40 left in the second period.
2-1 score, Swinghammer with the lead. Final from the gold mine over in Hawley. The Yellowjacket ladies take a 70-61 victory tonight over the Hawley Nuggets. Nice win for Coach Super and his staff. Coming up next will be Pelican Rapids, and they fall narrowly to Breckenridge, who has a really nice team. They lose by 4 tonight, so good basketball on our way Thursday night on the 549.
Swinghammer with a sweep single attempt.
Back to the middle of the mat.
Neither wrestler overcommitting to an attack yet.
Again, a lot of hand fighting, and I think it's going to be one of those, Jesse, that one's going to catch it, the other one. And one of those things I like to see. I remember a former Perham heavyweight that I'm standing next to, a blast double would have come into play. But I kind of like when you get the big guys tied up and you get a little back trip action and you hear that whap onto the mat.
Cash works behind him. He's got to be a little careful here not to pull him on top. A lot of times in this situation, they like to go forward. No points awarded yet.
Got to get a hand to the mat. And there it is.
In those situations, I know Coach Mosier used to have us try to forward trip so we're not going back over top of us, especially with a big guy. Cash is doing a good job getting behind him. Hopefully he can get an escape here with 10 seconds left in the period.
Well, I can only imagine there's lots of things that go into play there. You're pulling all that weight on top of you. Your arms are sweaty, so your grip has a tendency, and all of a sudden you're in harm's way instead of the opponent. So 2 seconds remaining. Swinghammer seems satisfied. Go 5-1 lead, and if you're Cash Burke, the opportunity's there. So let's see if he can make it happen. Cash is going to take the down position. Kind of an interesting move. Maybe he can get that escape.
Takedown ties it.
Ties it, so there might be some new strategy in there. I kind of like Cash on his feet. He seemed to do what he was doing, but Cash must know what he's got here, and he's up and out right away. Who am I to doubt?
Now, Cash doesn't have to be overly aggressive here yet. See if he can set up a good attack.
Again, both wrestlers just work in the center of the mat. Again, I don't think either one's too interested in making that big move yet, but I can about imagine we hit under the minute 50-second mark. We're going to have to see some action out of Cash Burke as he still trails Nathan Schwinghammer 5-2. We're in the third period.
You could see Schwinghammer doing a good job of staying in an inside position, doing enough to where he's not going backwards. Cash Burke picking up a quick stall call here. As we start to lock up a little bit, we'll see if anybody can commit to one here. 50 seconds left in the period. Cash is going to have to go here. See if he can get him leaning or pushing. There he goes. Good snap down. See if he can put a snap with an attack here.
Stay with us after this match. We'll come back and we'll award the Steve Sanitation Wrestler of the Match. And we'll kind of wrap up what we've saw this evening, and then we will fill you in on what the rest of the week looks like here on the 549. And we just appreciate you all joining us. 15 seconds, final 15. Cash shoots in. Schwinghammer swings around. Again, nice job. Cash had to take a shot there. He did that, but nice job of defending it by Schwinghammer. Final score in that match, 8-2, which puts 3 more points on the scoreboard for the Bemidji Lumberjacks. They take this one tonight, 41-18. And again, we talk about matchups and how we're going. And again, 3 really good opponents battle tonight. We're going to step away here. Jesse and I are going to talk about wrestler of the match. I kind of definitely have my vote ready to go. We'll see if he agrees with me. We'll be back here in a couple minutes. We'll wrap up today's events, get you caught up on what's going to be coming up here on the 549.
McCall Construction is the Lakes area full-service construction management company, offering a truly personalized experience. From dream homes to commercial spaces, McCall Construction focuses on putting you first with experienced value engineering that delivers on your vision and surpasses your expectations. Whether you already have a plan or you're just getting started, give them a call. McCall Construction will make the entire process so much easier. Call them at 218-346-7070 or check them out on Facebook.
Hey, it's Tucker again. Did you know? EOT Insurance Agency.
One of our core values at United Community Bank is reinvesting in the communities we serve. I personally take great pride in this as I'm a 5th generation in our family here at United Community Bank. We've been here for over 100 years. We take a great sense of pride in sort of that reciprocal relationship we have with our community that, you know, we need our community members and they need us, and we love giving back and reinvesting.
We take pride in what we send out. When you open a bag of licorice, you want that licorice to look good, you want that licorice to taste good. We work for you. We take pride in what we're making and what we are offering. It is so important to me. I do thank KLM from the bottom of my heart. They believe you and your family is important.
Welcome back to the Hive as we wrap up our triangular tonight with the Bemidji Lumberjacks, Thief River Falls Prowlers, and the Perham Yellowjackets. Bemidji, your hometown Yellowjackets go 1-1 on the night, defeating the Thief River Falls Prowlers, turning around, and Bemidji really came out to wrestle, Jesse, and you called that earlier. You said you might see a little different Bemidji Lumberjack squad as they came into that second round. So, couple things we got to do. We're going to do one of them, go back to break, and then we'll wrap. But we're going to go wrestler of the match. We're going to arm wrestle over it, but I didn't think I had a fair shot to win that one. So we decided that we were each going to take our turn on this one. So Steve Sanitation, you're going to give 3 wrestlers of the match tonight. I'm going to go first. I just think that it was, to me, it was one of those that I've been waiting for all day. And when one of those matchups comes to life, it just really is outstanding. I'm going to give mine to Tegan Detloff over Alec Newby. Both state-ranked wrestlers, both high quality, and some of the stuff we saw, Jesse, I don't think you see at the end of the season in a lot of wrestling matches. So my wrestler of the match is going to go to Tegan Detloff, and maybe that's another way he can celebrate his mom's birthday today as he becomes my wrestler of the match. And then I'll turn it over to you because I couldn't argue with who you were also talking about.
Yeah, I didn't want to take anything away from Tegan because that was a section finals type match, and just so many high quality things in that match that, made it what it was. And the 2 I'm going to give it to 2 young guys who really battled for the Jackets down low, came from behind, one with a pin from behind, one with a win right at the buzzer. I'm going to give it to Jackson Kugler and Bo Bush, back-to-back weight classes, getting the Jackets a lead before Bemidji kind of hit their groove in the middle. And kudos to those 3 guys. I feel like they were all deserving, and there's probably more deserving than that, but that's what we got to go with this evening.
Right, and it puts I can't argue with any of those 3, Jesse, and I just think what we saw tonight speaks volumes to where wrestling's going to be in central Minnesota for this year. I think every night in and night out, you're going to have to bring your best, or somebody's going to come out there to get you. And we saw that tonight, and I wasn't sure what to expect from Thief River Falls. I knew they graduated a lot. So did Bemidji, so did Perham. But I saw the youth. Boy, did Kenny Geiser have his kids ready to go.
Yeah, how many times have you said that in your life? I mean, Thief River Falls is a team that can come out of nowhere and sting you, and definitely those guys are going to be dangerous. You saw a lot of 8, 9s, and 10s next to grades of each of these teams, and there's a lot of young kids. It's going to be stacked around this area for a long time.
And if you're the Yellowjackets, the sky's the limit, and I think you set your sights high, and tonight doesn't damper that. I think that the ending of the night didn't turn out the way the Yellowjackets would have hoped for them to end up like, but I don't think it takes anything away. I think you're going to see, I think there's a good possibility you could see this Bemidji Lumberjack team down at the state tournament in representing 8-3A.
No doubt, and definitely in 8AA, everybody's chasing the Rebels right now. I mean, you're going to see a high-quality team out of DGF, and everybody's gunning for them. But in order to get to that matchup, you're going to have to beat a quality opponent too. So looking forward to the rest of the year and seeing how things shake out. And it's going to seem like a lifetime by the time we get to February.
Right, and we won't be back here broadcasting the Yellowjackets till after the new year. They're on the road. They have a couple tournaments coming up. They go to Sertoma. They're going to go to St. Michael, Albertville. So they'll be on the road, so you'll have to keep updated with them. We do have a lot of basketball action coming up here with some events happening, and it'll happen in 2 days. We kind of touch light to that, but we have a boys-girls doubleheader. The Heart of Lakes Conference, with adding teams, has decided to go to that doubleheader, and I love it. I think it's a great way to come in to a venue, and if you're sitting at home, you're going to have a night chock full of basketball. Well, between 5:40 and 5:45, we'll be back on the air with a pregame show, followed by the girls against Pelican Rapids Vikings, and then the boys team will take on Pelican Rapids Vikings somewhere after that, and we'll be on one stream for that. Jason Groth on your call. Jesse, any final thoughts or?
No, just still kind of reminiscing on the whole evening. It seems like days ago we started the first match, but man, it was action-packed. Most points I've seen scored in a triangular in a long time, and could have to do with the new scoring system or just three aggressive teams that came to wrestle tonight.
And that's what I was going to say. If the rule changes led to that, I'm a fan of the rule changes because it was one fun broadcast to call. We thank you for joining us. I'd like to thank Jesse Hine on color, Jason Groth on the production tonight. For Lance Rock and 549 Media Network, thanks for joining us.
We all know you're looking through Zillow trying to find that perfect home. Better question is, have you been pre-approved for it? If you're looking at making a move this year, getting pre-approved is going to be a great first step for you. What a pre-approval is going to do is it's going to set filters on your search and give you realistic expectations on what kind of homes you should be looking for. To get pre-approved, stop in and see us or visit us online at ucbankmn.com. I'm Alec Meyer, I'm a mortgage lender, and let's get ready to move this year.
What sets the world's leading hospitals apart from the rest? It's their continued ability to deliver the highest quality patient care. Perham Health is honored to be a top 10 Minnesota hospital. Patients experience it, and Newsweek has recognized it. Even during the unpredictability of the pandemic, the nurses, doctors, and many others at Perham Health put their best foot forward. Thank you to everyone at Perham Health for continuing to provide the best patient care.
Thank you for tuning in to tonight's 549 media production of Perham Yellowjacket activities. Tonight's broadcast was proudly brought to you by KLN Family Brands, Perham Health, and United Community Bank. Tonight's game was also brought to you by EOT Insurance, Hammers Construction, Horace Mann, Jack Chivers Realty, and Lakes Ace Hardware. Tonight's broadcast was also brought to you by these proud sponsors: New Horizons Realty, Nice Family Sales, Otter Tail Power Company, McCall Construction, and Hanson's Plumbing and Heating. Once again, thank you for tuning in to tonight's game on the 549 Media Network.